Hello, friends. I'm here, so is Rachel, and we're hosting this television talk show called Talking with Famous People, in which Rachel and I talk to people on the internet about things from our own lives, from other people's lives, from lives not yet lived, from lives lived long ago. And we discuss these things at great length. Today, however, Eric's trying to recapture his mad, okay? Eric was mad a second ago. Then Rachel started talking to him about a Beatles song. And he was trying to stay mad while she was talking about the Beatles song, but then he said, "Oh yeah, I do know that song. That's a good song." But I am mad at the Nurse Practitioner. Because no. You do not say she got so lucky. She got lucky is what she got. She happened to call at a time when I was sleeping and Rachel was awake, and there's a little window of time that she had to call in. She just got lucky, you know? Alright, dear healthcare professionals, your job is to provide medical advice, number one, and not other advice. Hi, Mac Daddy. Hi, Octavia Silva. Do not tell me, Nurse Practitioner, or Rachel, that, to avoid drugs and alcohol, quote unquote, because of elevated liver enzymes, because the doctor's not telling her to avoid her drug she's taking, I'm presuming. She's not saying stop taking your prescriptions. And she's specifying one drug to avoid, alcohol. I get that, because after all, alcohol links to liver problems. But my question is, what does avoid drugs and alcohol mean? What drugs? And what she means is avoid using drugs for fun. That's what she means, and she should say that. She should say, I don't like that you use drugs for fun, is what she should really say. But here's the even more appalling fucking thing that she said. She had the gall to tell us, and she did this when I was there too. But, I needed a little time to catch up, so to speak. I was worried about getting the information I needed, not about scolding her at that moment. And I did get all the information I needed from her at the doctor's visit. But by the time she called Rachel to talk to her about the test results today, I had thought about it plenty, and I was not happy with that nurse practitioner. It takes me a little while to figure out when I'm really, when something like that happens where I'm trying to catch up, right? I'm trying to figure out this one complicated problem, and here's Cunty Warbucks, right? Cunty Warbucks takes a little bit of a back burner while I'm trying to figure out this complicated problem. But then, after I'm done figuring out the complicated problem, I have not forgotten that Cunty Warbucks was Cunty Warbucks. So, Anyway.
I agree.
After that fucking appalling drugs and alcohol thing, she scolds us about not getting insurance, not having insurance. That is not your business, lady. That is not your business one bit. But most importantly, and most appallingly, you're why everything's fucked up. We had, by my own diagnosis, initially, which was validated by the psychiatrist's diagnosis, and then, as I eventually researched the matter more, that any sane person would have said was a 99% certainty that that's correct as a diagnosis. And we have no tests to test directly for the thing that she has. So if there's doubt or good reason to doubt, it's advised to do tests to eliminate other possible things. And we did a couple of those tests to eliminate other possible things, which they eliminated. But those other possible things, even if they hadn't eliminated them, would not have been more convincing evidence than the lack of evidence we have for what her actual diagnosis is. And the thing is, if we had insurance, she would have ordered an endless set of totally unnecessary tests that served only to confuse the patient about the certainty of her own diagnosis, which the nurse practitioner didn't even make. So, if we had insurance that you're scolding us to have, then you would have run amok, because nobody's paying for it in your mind if you have insurance. And it doesn't matter if it's going to do any good. You're just, out of an abundance of caution, we're going to run a bunch of unnecessary tests. When it's because it's out of my pocket, I'm concerned about the cost, and she's arrogantly scolding me about being concerned about the cost because I should get Obamacare or something.
Yeah, Obamacare.
That's what she said. I wish I'd get Obamacare or something.
Yeah. That was the first thing she said, get Obamacare.
So who's going to be... So what she's really saying is, make everybody else pay for all your health care, Eric. Don't pay for it yourself. Then I can't run wild with no concern whatsoever for cost. What a stupid bitch. That's why everything's fucked up. That's why we can't have nice things. Because of stupid bitches like that. Can you believe the gall of this woman? He didn't call it that. That's what other people call it. It's called the Affordable Care Act. ACA, as we call it in debate, the ACA. Nobody calls it Obamacare in debate. So what's funny is also this, right? So the only value that doctor's visit provided was the value that I forcibly extracted from it. If Rachel had gone in there without me, there would have been no value to that visit whatsoever. She would have learned nothing, come out more confused than she'd gone in, and that's it. And been signed up for a bunch of tests. So I mean, Nurse Practitioner Erin whatever from Temple City Optum Healthcare, you get a 0-star rating from me. 0 stars, not even a half of a star. You're not terrible enough for me to report to anybody, but because you didn't do anything wrong. That's I mean, how horrible is that? She didn't do anything wrong. Can you believe that? There's nothing wrong with ordering a bunch of unnecessary tests.
It's just her function staff.
Oh my God. This is what happens when NTPs aren't in charge of shit. Our NTPs need to be top level in charge of everything, and that's it. There should never be non-NTPs top level in charge of frame management. When you have like NFPs or something in charge of the narrative about healthcare, you end up with this clusterfuck of a disaster called the way it is. So when Rachel spent years and endless amounts of money on her mental health problem via her HMO in New York or whatever it was, she got nowhere. But when we spent a lot of money relatively for 1 or 2 hours, but we solved the problem, yeah, and that's not an ongoing expense, right? Because we hired a professional psychiatrist who's good and who doesn't want to waste our money and who understands the value he's providing is his knowledge and stuff and diagnosis and prescribing of the drugs. And so you get what you pay for if you pay for it. If somebody else does, you get whatever they feel like giving you. You know? If you get what you pay for, if you pay for it. And if somebody else pays for it, you get whatever the fuck they want to give you. Everything. Oh, somebody else is paying for it? Well, here, why don't we do some x-rays? How about some MRIs? How about a pregnancy test? How about,
yeah, right. They probably would. They do test for that.
Yeah. Hey, come on, I need to do a pap smear. Why? What are you testing for, exactly? Well, we're just gathering data to look at. I shit you not! That's the actual reasoning behind it. Oh my god! How fucked up is the world? I shit you not! You are not testing for something, you're just gathering data to look at it. What insanity is this? America's healthcare. Gathering data to look at it. Hi, important brave heroes of the healthcare profession. Are you busy right now looking at a piece of paper with some data on it? I hope so. If you are not, what are you doing? Are you trying to help a patient or something? You need to interface with data more. More data needs to be interfaced with here, okay? You need more tests. A lot more tests. You need unnecessary procedures too, ideally, if they're not too damaging. Yeah, well, I don't think I'm going to end up calling down there because it's not, because I'm bipolar, so sometimes even things I really should do, I don't. If I get, I vent here and then I get my anger all out and then, you know. Thanks, Jack. What a sweetheart you are. You get one of those little pink candy Valentines that says, what do they say on them? Like tenderness or something.
Or hug.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, there aren't musings exactly. It's just, I have done a lot of research the last couple of days on serotonin syndrome. Peter Natichi, I get why you scolded me, actually, because I wasn't taking it seriously enough. But the thing is, here's the reality. If you're me, if you want it done right, you have to do it yourself. When it comes to researching shit. So it's like, I know this already, and yet this time I try to go through these little weird interface things like WebMD or some other thing to tell you something. And until I was just like, what are you doing? Just fucking go to Google Scholar and get the actual medical papers, and so you can see what actually they say instead of some retard's fucking opinion about it. It's like, you'd be surprised how difficult it was to figure out that, in fact, nobody actually has any good reason to think that soma, the muscle relaxant, is contributing factor to serotonin syndrome. But that, in fact, because the symptoms of soma overdose resemble those of serotonin syndrome, there's advocacy out there saying you shouldn't mix these two drugs. I mean, you shouldn't take soma if you have serotonin syndrome, even though there's zero evidence to think any reason whatsoever that soma has anything whatsoever to do with serotonin. And that's the reasoning behind it. And so it's like, sometimes you have to dig. You will, if you're smart and you're me, you will figure out who's right, of course. Because what do you look at? You look at the reasoning behind things. If it's bad reasoning, it's bad thinking, and you shouldn't affirm it. and it's like, it's a series of moments. I go, that's your reasoning? Oh my God. What? There are so many fancy words in this shit that are like words I have no idea about, chemistry words, drug names, enzymes and proteins and whatever. But when you pull it all away and you find the reasoning to justify these conclusions that are referenced in the abstract or something that some reporter then references, you go, oh my God. Tards walk among us every day, all around, wearing fancy white coats. That's the truth of the matter. That's the truth of the matter, is that there is no more consensus in the medical community about biological things than there is in the psychology community about theoretical things. It's ridiculous. The thing is, in the medical thing, there should not be debate about things that whether or not there's a linkage here, right? It's either established or it's not. And you don't need to establish it empirically. You can establish it rationally. If you establish empirically that soma it affects serotonin in some way, then you would say, yes, don't do that if you are if you have serotonin syndrome. That might make it worse, okay? And for a little while last night, I thought that because I first dug shallow, concluded this muscle relaxant was definitely not going to be a problem and would help Rachel sleep. And we have these ones that don't have any opioids in them. Some somas have opioids, but these ones don't. Okay, this is just that silo, whatever it's called. And so I clear that it's good to go. She takes it. Then I dig deeper and I find various advocacy suggesting that, from like doctors and shit, saying that, oh well, don't. It's ill advised for you to take this with this. But why? Well, there may be some linkage. Well, but why? And then you gotta fucking dig. And you discover their reasoning. It's that if I overdose on soma, the symptoms are similar to those of serotonin syndrome. That's their reasoning. That's it. There's nothing else there. So it's like if what's that equivalent analogy? Oh my God, the reading is so terrible. Let me think about it. What's an equivalent thing? Okay, well, like, for example, let's say, I can't think of a good analogy at the moment. My anger has dulled the sharpness of my analogy maker. I'm gonna need to sharpen it again. The analogy maker sharpening machine. So anyway, I'm mad at Nurse Practitioner Erin, and I want her to understand. I want her to really take home with her and feel this message that she is why everything's all fucked up. So if she goes home, I want to look in the mirror and go, oh shit, that's right. I'm why everything's all fucked up. I should try to change being like that. I want her to say that to herself. I want her to say to herself, boy, Eric sure is right, and I should be sad that I have contributed to this horrible, horrible disaster. Yeah, I know, Peter. Well, listen. When you're my type of person who stupidly needs to experience things to take them seriously for some reason, you get you get warning shots. You just do. And even when you and they'll be commensurate with how much warning, how big they need to be to actually get your attention. So this has been big. This serotonin thing has been big. Rachel's feeling, I can tell she's feeling better. I can tell she's moving better and stuff, but she's still not back to normal. And what I also learned last night is basically serotonin syndrome either lasts 1 to 3 days or it lasts 3 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks, but 3 weeks. Because if you're taking Prozac and you have serotonin syndrome, it lasts about 2 to 3 weeks. And most of the things said 3. So, because of the half-life of Prozac. That's after you stop taking the Prozac. So, so that's nice and to be expected. And what's also interesting is how difficult it is to find any stuff on lingering effects, long-term effects, or anything like that. Now, I took that as a good sign that if nobody's put up any stuff, any speculative links between Mia and previously having had serotonin syndrome, then that's a good sign, right? But at the same time, it's also indicative of just how narrowly focused everybody is on their little thing that they're talking about and ignoring any frame bigger than the one that they need to talk about that little thing. So, they'll explain at great length all these various things about serotonin syndrome and never mention, even if it's supposed to be like a sort of a doctor's general overview, everything you need to know about this thing kind of thing, which there's multiple of them from different books, medical books and stuff that you can access. Anyway, there's never any answering to that question or even bringing it up, right? Like, so, are there any long-term effects from having had this? Are there any lingering symptoms? It's just this weird myopic, I'm not talking about anything but this super precise medical little thing right here and ignoring completely whether it resonates with any frame bigger than that. So, it's specialize your way to tardation is what it is. You'll note that I'm not a specialist. Nobody would call me a specialist. Specialization's boring. Boy, oh boy, is specialization boring. Yeah, it definitely is. Today I'm specializing in being mad at healthcare professionals.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, at least ones who are, you might call, just camped out underneath the teat of the cow of the insurance company, just suckling away. Like, I have the utmost respect for Dr. Ingram, our psychiatrist. But, that's because he's like me, a private debate coach, right? If you go to any school and take debate, 90% of the time, it's not really debate, and they've got a history teacher sort of, I guess what you say, chaperoning the kids to parley tournaments or some other garbage like that. I was so disappointed in Cobra Kai, may I just say. They got a girl from the debate team to come be on their karate team, which is fine, but when they walked into the debate tournament, they were doing parley. What? Parley's not tough. Parley's not badass. There's nothing kick-ass about parley.
You said it. I'm so glad you said that.
There's nothing kick-ass about parley. Listen, parley debaters, no offense, parleyers. But you want, if she were really badass, she would have been a policy debater. Well, I guess she wasn't badass enough for the debate team. That's why she's going to go do karate.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're not badass enough for the debate team, then you have to go do karate. That's the truth. That's what we've learned from Cobra Kai.
I hope that Cobra Kai would.
High five, everybody. Yeah, I know Peter didn't teach you. Okay, and I'm actually considering I might end up consulting you about it some. Your level of anger at me suggests to me that you probably have a deep understanding. And you're Dunning-Krugering me a bit from the other end of it. You know, like because Dunning-Kruger's got two ends. On the one side, it's people who don't know anything about something but think they know a lot for some reason, and on the other end, it's people who genuinely do know a lot about something and don't realize how little everybody else knows. So there's two ends to Dunning-Kruger, but people don't ever talk about that second end. But you want me to roll these for you or something?
Pick a.
Pick a dice.
Yeah.
Here you go. What does it say?
North Node.
North Node. You know what direction what lies in the direction north?
Mountains.
Peter didn't teach you.
That's true.
It's so funny how I could be so like mad at you in one moment, but it never really crossed my mind that it would alter the status of our relationship at all. And apparently you have the same the same negative. Here's yours. You got a this one right there between my fingers.
Libra.
You got a that. Yes, Libra. Looks like an M kind of. Or an M with an extra leg.
That's Scorpio.
Oh. You got a Scorpio, whoever you are. I'm going to pull the dice for somebody. Rain, here you go. You got a 11. You know what that means?
Use that for your lottery ticket today.
Yeah.
Number 11.
It's 11 out of 12. It's called a donut shop's. No. What if 13's a baker's dozen? What would 11 be in terms of the dozen? I want 11 to be a certain kind of dozen, just like 13 is a certain kind of dozen. 13 is a baker's dozen. What's 11? A chintzer's dozen? A chintzer's dozen. I like that. Yeah, it's pretty profound, Rain. You got a chintzer's dozen worth of profundities. You also get this. This is called the Spaceship of Yesteryear.
Uranus.
Uranus. Travel on your spaceship of yesteryear to the beautiful planet of Uranus. If you love oceans of frozen methane, you're gonna love a day at the beach on the planet Uranus. That's if you can get under the crust, of course. If you can, then underneath there, that's where those frozen oceans of methane you'll be surfing away.
Uranus rotates on its side and upside down, backwards.
It's a rebel. It didn't want to rotate the normal way.
You know a lot about that.
It said, no, that way's the way other people are doing it. So I have to be different and special and unique. I can't be like other people because I'm so special. And that's when I decided to become Uranus. I was Uranus for about 7 billion years?
6.
6.
That's the year we're in. This 2022 is a year 6.
2022 is a 6 year. What does that tell you? It tells you it's a good year for potatoes. They're going to bumper potato crops this year.
It's always a good thing to have lots of potatoes.
Let's see what else we're going to learn today from the learning dice. Ooh, we got male. This means no matter who you are, you're going to get humped in the butt today.
That's the female.
Oh, I mean female. Sorry. It means...
Is that a cross? Yeah, that's female.
Oh, that's female. My bad.
That's alright, you're learning.
This is the female symbol. That means no matter who you are, you're going to menstruate today.
Ooh.
Guys, I hope you're looking forward to your first menstrual cramps. Do you know what I heard in Cobra Kai? I heard one of the characters, who's purportedly a student at the high school, say she played the cramps card. It made me think, I bet girls do that. I bet they think of it like that. They probably have the cramps card, especially if they have a male teacher.
I've never... Oh, yeah, I definitely in high school did.
There's your bag of...
Thank you.
There's your bag of dice. Dice. No, I don't like to... Oh, never mind. I was about to disagree with you, Peter, and teach you until I realized I had misread what you said.
Rain. I have a year 5. I'm in a year personal 5. Like a 5 personal year? What does that mean? What does that mean to you? What does a 5 personal mean?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking Rain. Because Rain knows about numerology.
What's mod 6 mean?
What do you think, though?
What's the mod?
Oh, mod 6? I don't know.
Model 6. Oh, I see. Model 6, yeah. I don't think Rain knows about numerology. I'd be surprised if he did.
Oh.
But he might. I don't know.
What do you think year 5 means for me?
Means you're gonna feel like the year is making you grow up. That you have too much shit going on, and 5's too busy a number. It doesn't collapse down into like say 6. You can't easily split it into 2 groups because one of them's always a pair. That's not a group. It's just a pair. Basically, that's what numerology is saying. It's saying 2022 is a Model 6 year. The year of Model 6.
Yeah.
Just like the Chinese people say, it's like they give it a certain animal, you know.
The year of the tiger, February 1st.
Wow. What's this the current year of?
Ox. That's what your dad is. And your mom.
See you later, Ox. It's tiger time.
Mm-hmm. And who's the tiger? Delilah.
Delilah's a tiger.
Yeah.
Delilah the tiger sounds like a mishearing of the lyrics of the song "I Am the Tiger." Right. 2022, 337, 133. What do those numbers mean?
Yeah, what do those numbers mean? Is this a lotto ticket numbers?
13. Okay.
Is that the way to get to the moon?
It would be unsatisfying. 13 would be an unsatisfying number like 5, except for the fact that it's a baker's dozen.
5 in the tarot has all the negatives. 5 in the tarot. Oh, it's the kid crying over spilled milk.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're going to have to grow up this year, I guess that means.
Yep, I'm going to have to grow up.
I'm having a number 1 year because I'm number 1. Right? Is that
Yeah,
what you said?
you are.
I'm having a number 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
I'm number 1. I'm number 1. I'm number 1. I'm number 1. Eric, what are you number 1 at, you might well say? Just everything. Just being. I'm number 1 at being. You guys probably didn't even know there was a contest. They probably don't even let scrubs like you know. But yeah, there's a contest both Rachel and I won our respective divisions.
Thank you.
Yeah, but unfortunately, according to numerology, you're going to get 5th place this year. So that's part of growing up too. Learning to lose graciously.
It's all about being in the middle.
It's all about that bass, Rachel.
It's all about that bass. About that bass, no trouble.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, yeah, Rachel and I are entered automatically because we're so important in the good at being contest. And we did 2021. We both got number 1 first place in our respective divisions, me in the men's, she in the women's, naturally. Neither of us entered in the mixed gender category this year, which allows you to be what you might call the open division. So in the open division, they don't specify what gender you are, but they do make you carry a lot of things around. And
I lost that one.
well, we didn't want to participate. It sounded like a hassle.
Yeah. Someone else could do that.
So anyway, that's why I was mad at that lady, because she got lucky and called when I was still in bed.
Yeah, and
well, of course you should answer. I'm not saying you shouldn't have answered or anything. It's just that.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is,
She did get lucky.
it's not your way to bust her chops yourself, and that's fine. That's why people need each other in life, you know. I need Rachel various ways. She needs me in various ways. That's why we work together well. Is that, you know, it's I need someone who lets me fight for them, right? I can't be with a woman who said, "Eric, get away, I'm dealing with this shit myself," and then fucking it up. I'd rather be the one to fuck it up and me be to blame. Because at least I don't have to stand there and watch you not do it right. So I need somebody who lets me meow, you know? And Rachel not only lets me meow, she's happy that I'm meowing.
It's true.
Should I call that nurse and say, "Hey, you put a pork in it, you," like that? Is that the new saying that the kids are using these days to tell someone to go shove it?
Put a pork in it.
Go shove it. I believe that's the Happy Days. That originally was from Happy Days.
Yeah, he had talked about that one in his live stream.
Going and shoving it. I don't think so. I think I may have talked about or something else. I don't think I've discussed going and shoving it before.
Oh. Happy Days, they used to say go shove it.
Go shove it.
Go shove it.
Who's Josh? Oh, you're not talking to me. Good. Mod means modulo. It's actually more accurate to say that 2022 and 0 are congruent mod 6. That's my favorite kind of mod 6. I hate incongruent mods.
Our relationship is an 8.
Our relationship is an 8?
Yeah,
What does that mean?
If you, like in numerology, if you like put our names together, it adds up to 8.
And what does that mean in relationship meanings in numerology? 8.
Business?
Well, would you have a very business-like relationship? Which is to say, it's uncluttered by feelings problems.
Yeah.
You know?
It's the strength card as well.
I mean, I agree. We have a very solid relationship.
Yeah.
It's extremely strong.
Yeah.
And it's good to have a business-like relationship because it means we both take it seriously. It's, you know, it's like people tend to take business seriously, whereas they tend to take their other things not so seriously.
Yeah.
So.
You also have an 8 in your tri-type, so like you understand 8 pretty well.
8 works like this. Yeah.
Yep.
I just aided the shit out of you.
Yeah, you did.
8 is archetypally NE with an Enneagram. I mean, I know ESTP 8. I know an ESTJ 8. Both of them whom are 8er than me. I'm 8 second slot. They're 8 at first slot.
I'm 9 first slot, 7 second slot, right?
I don't know. I don't know what we decided. I just think of you as...
I think I am a 7.
You think you're a 7?
But I don't know.
I think Peter didn't teach you found you to be fairly balanced. And there's no reason why you couldn't be fairly balanced like that in an Enneagram. You know, it's like, there's good reasons why you can't be half NE and half SE.
5.
But in an Enneagram, you can be more, like, I'm super 7.
Yeah, you are 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it just,
you are.
This is what 7
Oh
is.
my gosh, sometimes I am a 5. Like, I do, like, hibernate, like...
Oh, no, that's 6, and you have been lately, but that's because you've been having serotonin syndrome.
But,
You're not super hibernating.
so do you think I'm a 6?
No, I think you're a 9-7-4.
9-7-4, yeah.
I do think that's what you are. But
So,
you could. What I'm saying is, you could be a 7-9-4.
7-9-4, yeah.
One of those two, I think.
Yeah.
But
Because-
the thing about an Enneagram is it allows you to split the difference, kind of. Like, I'm more imbalanced in an Enneagram than you because it's not a mechanical thing that has to stay the same for everybody.
That's so fascinating.
So Peter and Teacher says Rachel's top 2 is 7 and 5. Well,
Yeah,
so
7 and 5.
in other words, what that would mean is that probably your second one, 9, probably scores lower because it has 5 in front of it, which is the same third, the same triad of it. So that would seem to me that, like, okay, so I'm 7 first. Am I? And yet you can clearly see the 8 in me as well periodically. And I say 7's who I am, 8's who I be, if we're going to make some sort of statement like that. So I guess Rachel would say 7's who you are, 9's how you be, which is you're a peacemaker / harmonious relations keeper / team player. You're a team player, right? First and foremost, you're a team player.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
I like to be part of the team.
Well, you know what? I'm tired of integrating Peter and TG. I want to segregate.
Oh.
I want to segregate all my 5s from all my 7s throughout my life. If I have 5 of one thing and 7 of one thing, I want them to be nowhere near each other.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo 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 Thank you. I wanted to give Yo-Yo a really full greeting this time.
He was in the choir, guys.
And the reason is, Rachel and I had a discussion last night. We were considering getting him a greeting card. We decided against it. So I thought to make up for that, I'd give him a vocal greeting. What's the stupidest philosophical concept or set of concepts that you affirm before reconsidering and changing your mind at some point? I mean, well, I don't like my answer. So, I'm going to pick a different answer. How about that? I mean, I remember in childhood trying magic, hopeful that, in fact, I'd get it to work. In fact, that I could demonstrate some sort of magic. And after attempting sometimes, and just being, it's like, okay, well, no, that's nothing. That doesn't, it's not anything. It's not what I specified. Because, I'm testing in very TI ways. And you can't catch magic with TI like that. You're never going to get magic that way. So I remember the day. I remember very clearly when I walked away from my little pile of, like, random shit that I was mixed together and said random things over or whatever. And I went, okay, this is not true. Sad, but it's not true. There's no magic. I remember walking across the street from right over there, from the bottle brush tree that maybe used to be there that isn't anymore. I'm not sure if it's there anymore or not, but from underneath the bottle brush tree that was in the yard across the street over there, I was probably 8 years old. I don't know. I'd been playing by myself, I think, or there had been a friend there for a while, I think, and then they left maybe before I left, but. I clearly remember being in the street, it being sunny, and me being sad. Well, you're right. I know Peter didn't teach you. That's why I said I'm changing my answer to indicate that I was going to lie. Well, as far as philosophical positions, I don't really have philosophical positions. I'm not sure what you mean by that. If you want to say, like, policy positions, I can come up with those, probably. But philosophical position I used to affirm? Well, I guess I used to operate under the presumption that aesthetic relativism was correct, and I don't think so anymore. I used to operate under the presumption that well, for a little while, I guess, I thought that a singular frame, like rights or whatever, could determine every policy question, but that didn't last very long. I mean, it's so. I got a little rights obsessed maybe 27, 28 or something. Maybe it coincided with being briefly married to Melinda, who was very libertarian. But consciousness is magic? Well, not every consciousness. Or at least it's not all good magic. Erin, what's her name? Nurse Practitioner Erin dares to scold Rachel. What's her name? That your consciousness is expressing as bad juju in my pudding, and I don't like it. This is a warning shot across your bow that you're not ever going to hear. Better watch out, lady, because Eric's not happy about your unsolicited scoldings. Especially because you're so goddamn wrong. Eric, is this correct? There are 3 levels of remembering. Instinct, conscience. How is conscience a level of remembering? Intuition. How is intuition a level of remembering? Why isn't remembering things a level of remembering?
If intuition is linked to memory, then, like, I'm not an dumb because I have terrible memory.
Yeah, intuition is the alternative to remembering. If you're remembering, you're using resources that you've retained as part of yourself from previous experiences. If you're intuiting, your attention is external. And you are, whether, now it can still happen in your own head or whatever. In other words, you might be thinking about something and have intuition in your head. But what I'm saying is, you're knowing about objects themselves, not from your experience of them. And those two things are two ends of one pole. It's possible to be balanced in them, like I am, because I'm in the 4-5. If you're in the 4-5, you'll be balanced in them. And that's why I've decided Legends Fall is probably right. It's possible for an ESTP to be aesthetically robust. Now, I'm going to go this far as to say this. I know for a fact that ESTPs can be more aesthetically robust than the vast majority of ENTPs, especially if you limit the scope of their aesthetic authority. The best drummer, or I can't really say the best drummer I've ever played with, but probably it's true, was an ESTP. And I will say this, he was an absolute joy to play with. His intuition and instincts were right on the money every second of the way. He was one person I never had to say anything to or think or give any suggestions to or be like, no, you're playing too many notes or whatever, you know. I relied on him to understand that whole part of the thing better than me, and I never was disappointed. It was a joy playing with him. So, now granted, he'd been playing drums since he was like 2 years old or something, but because his parents were musicians, and they were those parents who said, all of our kids are going to play an instrument and start a band together, and we're going to be like the Johnson family, except they're the Janislanis. But they never went and did that. But, you know, is there like that kind of family where they all play music and... Jupu Hui. Levels of remembering. I mean, how hilarious is that? This idea that there could be a level of remembering, 3 of them, and none of them include any remembering. What? These are levels of heat. We've got heavy, tall, and wide. Those aren't levels of heat. Those are levels of something else or something. I don't know, but... Who said that? Who came up with that thing? Yo-yo? There are 3 levels of remembering. Who came up with that? Who came up with that nonsense? It's so hilarious, the notion that somebody would come up with levels of remembering, none of which include anything having to do with memory, and think basically they're explaining to people who remember things actually how they don't even make level 3 down here. They're basically animals because, you know, they're remembering their experience. Whoever came up with that has to be anti-polar. They have to be. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. These are the 3 levels of remembering: apples, seawater, and truth. What?
Apples, seawaters, and truth.
That's how to make a frothy stew. It makes equal parts apples, seawater, and truth. Rain's an INTP, Peter Dentici. Get your INTP detector fixed. It's obvious. Or ISTP, potentially. Rain's definitely a TI dome, is the point. Theosophical Society? What is Theosophy? What is Theosophy? I've never heard of it before. Theosophy is what that the Theosophical Society is generating what can correctly be deemed word salad. When people who don't like me and don't understand me want to leave negative comments, they usually accuse me, or one of the things they do sometimes is accuse me of word salad. But the thing is, what I say is not word salad. That's the opposite of word salad, what I do. That's word salad. That right there, there are 3 levels of remembering: instinct, conscience, and intuition. That's word salad. And even if Rain did mind telling you his type, Eric would have already told you. So that's pretty lucky for you, huh? Here's my next cat song and what it's going to be. Because I know you guys don't like that or care about other cat songs. But people who aren't subscribers to the channel watch them. So it's kind of a mixed bag, like everything on YouTube, right? Well, I piss off my actual subscribers, but I get a bunch of randos to watch it on the shorts feed for an hour or 2 worth of views, and then by doing that, I have doubled the views on the channel, increased by 94%. I looked at the stats yesterday over the last month.
Wow.
And all of my top videos, all of them
Go Capio.
are, except for maybe one or something, all of them are shorts, and all of them are kitty song videos pretty much. Although the Czechoslovakia video did pretty well. Did you know about Czechoslovakia video? That one did nicely. Whereas the cleaner rasses can recognize themselves in the mirror video. No, didn't catch on the shorts feed. The one that I'm really surprised hasn't caught on the shorts feed, and I may give up on it and meow and then put up another attempt at the same concept, is Bohemian Cassidy. Now the thing is, I originally had it a different title, but somebody in the comments said Bohemian Cassidy, and I said, hey, that's a much better name. I'm going to change the title of it. So, yeah, I always get an A. Rain, I'm giving you an A as well. So now you got 2 A's, because Peter and Tisha gave you one, and I'm giving you one.
Can I get an A?
You get an A. You get an A plus, Rachel.
Thank you.
You have a permanent A plus.
Thank you.
You're a grader, not a grade E.
Oh.
We get permanent A pluses,
Nice.
and we either deign to afford you guys somewhere close to our level of success, or we say no, you're still a C. You got some work to do. Needs improvement. I'm going to give everybody who participates in the stream, Rachel and I will confer before it's over. We'll give everybody a letter grade, okay? Oh, you want to be ranked? Oh, you want us to be ranked? Oh, Rain, that's a little divisive, okay? I think we're gonna reduce the amount of actual truth here to improve the softness of the environment.
Oh, Mr. B, you shouldn't be in here.
Well, that's one interpretation Peter didn't teach you. I mean, the thing is, that's not how shorts are supposed to be done, frankly. In other words, there's no way to schedule out shorts, to upload a bunch of them and not publish them and then publish them spread out. You can't, there's no way to do that with shorts. So they're just not designed to work the same way. Now, granted, the algorithm will adjust to whatever I'm doing, but here's the other thing that you're not seeming to quite get, Peter didn't teach you. The reason the shorts are working is because they're good shorts. The algorithm doesn't care about whether it's me who puts out 15 good shorts in an hour or whether it's 15 different people each putting out one good short, because they don't have any power over that, right? They're good shorts because people let them loop a couple of times because they like them. They like to look at the kitty. They think it's neat that there's a song there with the kid about the kitty. People like them. No more Findians and Dindians? I can't believe it. Because we had just the other day gotten both the Native Americans and the Indians from the Indian subcontinent over there to agree to take on the name of Findians for Feather Indians, that's American Indians, and Dindians for Dot Indians, that's Indians over there. We just gotten the treaty signed where they both agreed to take on those names from now on, Findian and Dindians, but now we're not going to be able to tell them apart again in California. They're taking away all our F's and D's.
What is California up to?
Wasting taxpayer money. I have a stick of butter in my pocket trying to thought enough to spread. Do I get an A? If you were able to even slide it all the way into your pocket without it melting, your thigh is not nearly hot enough. Good point, Eric. Good point.
Point Eric.
Look, I eat about, on average, 3.5 sticks of butter every day for breakfast. Just directly. Just delicious and buttery, I say. And then I just dig right into the second stick of butter. You don't need to let it cool so much, though. You don't need to let it, like, mush out so much. You want it to still be kind of firm, okay? Like a breast. When you bite into it, you get that, oh, yeah. I'm biting straight through this stick of butter. And it's delicious. Okay, but the thing is, Rain and Peter didn't teach you both. What we can know for sure is that YouTube would like to have an algorithm that functions to keep people on YouTube as much as possible. And in order to do that, it needs to match exactly the right video with exactly the right person. If your video is exactly the right match for more people, then if the algorithm from YouTube's perspective were to work properly, it would send that video to those people. Okay, so understanding, we have to, this is what happens when we don't understand things top level frame first, is we get confused. So it may not be successful at doing that, but what I'm saying is, if it is successful at doing that, then my job should always be to think about, if I want to succeed at YouTube, rather than simply live at YouTube, which is what I do. You know, it's like, I don't succeed at YouTube, I live here. This is my house. I hang out here, I put all my thoughts up here, and, you know, and as a consequence, it's a mess, just like my regular house would be if I weren't at my dad's house. And that's how it is. But let's say I worked here. Who's a fake? Well, it's not controlled by YouTube, but it's purposed by YouTube. So if, in other words, YouTube decides the parameters of success for the algorithm. If suddenly total participation in YouTube starts going down, then the algorithm's not doing its job well enough. Because it's not defeating other mechanisms of attention grabbing and keeping. And what I'm telling you, Peter Dentici, is the shorts feed is not designed to allow people to schedule things out for intermittent release, and that in fact, Peter Dentici, we have actual analytics to look at. So when I blast out 4 or 5 of those cat videos in a row, if you were right, only one of them would succeed. That's called TI. It's good, huh? It's satisfyingly juicy. But you are wrong because they succeed approximately the same, and the difference seems to be the merit. So you would have a point if I could space them out, right? But the thing is, when you upload 4 or 5 of them in a row, what you realize is that this has been explained on the Tech It realm. I think it was where I saw this. That in fact, every video you upload is assigned a random number, and then gets in line accordingly. And so, in fact, you don't know that if you upload and publish like 2 videos in rapid succession, each of them gets a random number for a certain line. That's what I learned on Tech It realm. But he seems to really understand that he is after all the channel that reached 1,000 subs fastest in history, 1 million subs fastest in history, I think, as well, or something like that. So he seems to understand it well. No, Peter Dentici, it would require SISE on my part. It would require me keeping track of this plan that constrains my action, such that instead of doing kitty videos when the cat's asleep and I feel like it and have some ideas, I'm trying to find the cat at 10 a.m. to make a video on the fly, or I could do it like this. Could save them on my phone and then remind myself to upload them periodically like that. It requires SISE. It doesn't require any TE. All the TE requires, I just demonstrated it. So that's all the TE requires. Is what I just figured out and explained. I mean, obviously, anything that's effective on the internet as a thing at all is going to require very little TE from its user, because there's a substantial portion of the population that has polar TE. A reasonably substantial portion, let's say all things being equal, 1/8 of the population, right? Because 1/8 of the population is TE polar. So a website's going to not require TE when it can avoid it. And well-designed websites do all the TE for the people. Everything is going to require some basic TI in the sense that you have to be able to read and know that clicking those words means you're going to get meow thing, and be able to determine consistency like that between what you expect when you click something and what you get. That, proto level TI. But beyond that, you'd have to choose a website that required you to use TI, and even then, you'd probably just have your feelings about it, it wouldn't occur to you if you were like FI Tool that it's asking you to engage on a parsing level, And as far as FE, well, FE is basically a content thing. Like, yes, you can make your website or your page or whatever look nice and spiffy, and that's FE too, but mostly it's going to be about how the content engages with the person. That's where the FE is going to be. So if I wanted to be really abundantly FE, I would say, and welcome back. Rachel and I are here today to discuss with you some wonderful adventures of learning. And then we're going to, so we got this topic, and this topic. I see Evelyn's here. Evelyn, so great to see you. Thank you for the $20 donation. And man, it would be like that, right? It'd be a lot of FP. And some people, that's the product they want to purchase in a video. Not me. Certainly not the product I want to make either. But some people like to purchase that product, so to speak. They want to go to a website or they want to go to a channel and watch a video in which it's like Kathy Lee and that lady on that show that they make fun of on Saturday Night Live. It's 1 o'clock, bro. So, what do you think about the new news about this celebrity couple? And then that's just fine. I mean, it's, you know, I watch celebrity news sometimes and shit like that too. It's just not really what I want to make. And the reason is because I can't authentically care about those topics. I can't worry about two celebrities and their relationship very much at all, if at all. Maybe a little teeny bit. I could make it up, I could fake it, but I wouldn't want to try to continue that indefinitely. Oh, no, well, Evelyn asked, she scolded Rachel when I wasn't around.
Yeah, she did.
She got lucky. She got lucky that she did. Because, first of all, yes, Rachel has some elevated liver enzyme, right? Did you learn anything about your elevated liver enzyme? Tell me what you've learned from the nurse practitioner.
0.
Did she say anything about it? Did she explain it at all? What'd she say?
No, she didn't. She just said that the levels in my liver were higher than normal.
Okay.
She didn't go into explaining what that meant at all.
The levels of what? Did she say?
My liver.
But the levels of what in your liver?
Right.
Did she say or anything?
I don't think she could have, but.
But the point is, what did she tell you? Avoid drugs and alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
Which is an interesting sentence. And scold, you need to get insurance.
Yeah.
So, first of all, you're calling this woman to tell her test results. But you're not explaining what they mean, and then you're giving her instructions on what to do, purportedly medically based. They couldn't possibly be any instruction justified by anything in medicine. Because if it were, it would be so generalized that it would never be the correct advice for anybody. Now, granted, if the nurse practitioner said, avoid alcohol, fine. And if the nurse practitioner had said, avoid specific drugs, because they are likely to worsen this situation, fine. But is the nurse practitioner telling Rachel to not take her psych prescriptions? Well, yes. No, they're not doing any further testing because we don't have insurance and because I'm not insane. And so, she would like to do a whole battery of tests. For what? Well, for things. What things? A variety of things so we can eliminate that it's not those things. Okay, but you seem to have forgotten why we came to the doctor. To confirm the diagnosis of serotonin syndrome. Did she tell you whether you had serotonin syndrome at any point during this conversation?
No.
Did she mention serotonin syndrome?
No.
And yet, that's what she has. And yet, she felt like it was a good idea to advise her to avoid drugs and alcohol because of elevated liver something.
Enzymes. She did say liver enzymes.
Liver enzymes. No, I'm not saying she said something. I'm not sure. I'm just saying that I'm not sure how she put it exactly. Right? She could have put it enzymes in the liver,
Yeah.
liver related enzymes, certain enzyme from the liver. I don't know. The thing is, when I researched the matter in full at home, I was absolutely appalled to discover that in fact what I had figured out by asking specific questions of the nurse practitioner at the meeting was correct. That she was advising a generalized scattershot protocol of an unspecified number of various tests to gather data to look at. Even though we come there with a diagnosis from a psychiatrist of serotonin syndrome, and all these symptoms and situational stuff shouted serotonin syndrome. I diagnosed it first, and I'm not good at this sort of thing. I'm not a doctor. The psychiatrist agreed with me after asking Rachel a couple of other questions, and this nurse practitioner didn't mention, I don't even remember her mentioning it at all in the original meeting, serotonin. I never heard the word come out of her mouth, I don't think.
No.
And, of course, the only good advice you should be giving, Rachel, is make sure you don't take anything to aggravate the serotonin syndrome. Don't take this. But instead, she says, avoid drugs and alcohol. Like it's a lifestyle problem rather than a specific overload of serotonin problem caused by her being on serotonin reuptake inhibitors and recreationally doing drugs that make that worse. So that needs to be specified. It's like, can you imagine if a person had some sort of an allergy to asparagus and the doctor said, stop consuming food and beverages. That's what just happened. What, all of them? Well, I don't want to be more specific. It's obviously a lifestyle problem for you. You must just be a gorger. I know you, so just avoid buffets, fatty. It's basically like, okay, listen, Nurse Stupid, you and I you are so lucky I was not awake. I wish Rachel had. Don't ever be afraid to wake me up if somebody like that or that kind of thing happens. That's fine.
I don't think. Okay.
I know shit happened too fast. You couldn't have. It was like it all probably happened too fast. You know.
Yes. I didn't think I would be able to get to you in time, mobily. You know.
Yeah, I get it. If it had said alcohol, there's a good reason for that. Right? Because alcohol and liver problems are very clearly linked.
Yep.
And I get that most drugs are metabolized through either the kidney or the liver or some combination of the two. And so, as a consequence, you're making your liver do more work. But it's like, when somebody comes to you with serotonin syndrome, and you conclude from the liver enzymes that maybe she drinks too much or something, which is apparently what this lady concluded, and that she parties too hard or something, which is maybe what this lady concluded. I mean, the point is, at some point in her reports to us or conversations with us, she should have at least thought to herself, oh, that's right, they're here for a diagnosis. Didn't occur to her. But what did occur to her was to end the conversation with Rachel by scolding her for not having insurance, which prevented her, the nurse practitioner, from ordering a bunch of totally worthless and unnecessary tests so that she could gather data to look at it. And that's why everything in the world is fucked up. Anytime you're spending somebody else's money, from her perspective, nobody pays for it if you have insurance. Oh, the insurance pays for it. Get Obamacare. Go to the state. you're saying I want you to have access to taxpayer money so that I can wantonly waste it on garbage. You're saying that out loud to me. But you have no idea because you're, in every way that matters, so much dumber than me. Even though you're this fancy professional whatever, doctor-y thing. She seemed generally adversarial to just to us guiding the process at all. You know, she wants to do her thing that she does, regardless of what this actual situation is. And people like that really need my foot in their ass. And this woman got away with it because when I went to the doctor's appointment itself, I was mostly worried about actually getting the information I needed to get so that I could understand it correctly, right? Which I did manage to get. And then when I called back to get the test results, she wasn't in that day. And then if she called back today, I wasn't here for the phone call. So she got away with it. And that's frustrating. Very frustrating. I may have to call down to talk to Veronica down there. Veronica is this lady who has been there forever. I've been going to that doctor's office forever. And I'm not happy with that nurse practitioner. Now, granted, I'm happy with Veronica, who got us in on a same day walk-in cash appointment to see a nurse practitioner, even though it's kind of an ask, you know? So I appreciate it. And I've always appreciated Veronica. She's been great the whole time I've been going there. She's got to be, she might be an ESTJ herself, but she's in charge of the front desk and, you know, managing paperwork and making sure that you're right and stuff. And wants to help you get your paperwork all done and figure out well, let's see if we can do it this way for you. Like that kind of shit. I like Veronica a lot. She's great. She's not a doctor or a nurse, though. She's a front desk lady. I mean, I'm sure she's also a nurse, probably, but because she dresses in, like, scrubby-looking things, kind of. Like, more like nursey clothes than, say, front desk employee clothes. I'm not sure what Veronica is. That doesn't matter. I might say, listen, Veronica, I just gotta tell you. I wanted to talk to you about this because you've always been great with me, and I've always liked you and appreciate you. But that nurse practitioner did such an incredibly shitty job with Rachel's case. I did all the work myself, and here's my email to the psychiatrist, in which I articulate everything that I determined at that meeting with the doctor. It's a great email. Because if you're Rachel's psychiatrist and you get that Luminello message, it's called actually, they use this thing called Luminello that's like a video conference messaging it's like a virtual doctor's office. Anyway, it's like I gave him every piece of information he could possibly need and none that he didn't. And I formatted it for him perfectly. And I also, he did need to know my conclusions and stuff because I'm the one on the ground, so to speak. But I differentiated between things that were speculative on my part into different categories and things that were deduced as so and things that were observed. And, you know, it's like, so it's... I know how to deal responsibly with data in ways that other people don't. And, because of course you always use data. That's the thing people don't get. They're so careful sometimes, appropriately, with gathering it, that they totally forget that they have to use it correctly. You gathered it beautifully. But you did a terrible job of remembering that we gather data to use it, and if you don't use it correctly, it's worthless. That's where reason. That's the best definition of reasoning. Using data correctly. Of good reasoning, you know. Gathering data correctly might be said to be good TE. Using data correctly would be said to be good TI. Generating fun data, that's extroverted intuition. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm generating the funnest of all fun data for you. How much fun is this data? Are these zeros and ones among the sexiest zeros and ones you've ever encountered? Yes, they are, because they're fun. Because this is the Vegas of ideation. Everyone, come put money in my machines, push my buttons, and lights will blink and bells will ring. People like that. People like lights blinking. It makes them feel like something's happening. They like bells ringing. It tells them alarm, alarm, but good alarm. Like, wow, big, exciting adventure. Big thing happening over here. If you give people plenty of reason to believe that, wow, lots of stuff's happening over here, and it's definitely important, then they'll spend a lot of time there. And they're willing to pay to do it. Like, slot machine is my favorite way to spend, $100 an hour or so on blinking lights and happy sounds. It's one of my favorite ways. Wait a second. You got a blinking light and happy sounds machine? And it's only $100 every 15 minutes? Well, yeah, I want to play it. Of course. I want to see the happy lights. I want to see the happy sounds, the blinking lights.
Yes.
The things that say something's happening here.
That's exactly what I feel like on Christmas, Like, it's nice to see the blinking lights.
Mm-hmm. It is. It's Christmas season when you see them on the houses around the neighborhood here.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but Rain, those are things that are protocols that can be established, like double-blind testing and stuff, and then can be regimented out to TE people who don't have to figure out how to do it themselves; they just have to execute it. And they have been. So it's like, yes, that's true in the olden days before if we were talking about a hypothetical world where shit it hadn't happened yet. But that's not the world we're in. I'm not worried about data gathering methodologies generally. I think generally data gathering methodologies are pretty good. And what happens is you have data interpretation catastrophes. So the data gathering methodologies that produced 4% fatality rate from COVID in Italy when it first started, there was nothing wrong with those data gathering methodologies. They were accurate, but there was something catastrophically wrong as soon as the first person came close to that pile of data, they presented its meaning very badly. So you can draw reasonable conclusions from those numbers because the numbers are solid, quote unquote. It was in fact the case that 4% of the people in Italy at that time who were being tested positive for COVID died of it. They weren't bad numbers in that way. But instead, we had bad people with bad stuff inside their skulls who said, that means COVID has a 4% fatality rate. Because, oops-a-daisy, I didn't know we had to use reasoning on things. Oh, look, I dropped society again in a puddle. It got all dirty. Yeah, I know, Rain. That's why it's so difficult to accomplish anything. That's why. In part. Just one of myriad reasons that we should discuss about why it's difficult for you, ultimately, to do things except this. This is not so difficult for us to do. Rain, you and I want to point out, high five, we are doing so much right now. You and I both, Rain. We are NTPing, we're talking, we're discussing things, we're having discourse, we're resolving matters heretofore unresolved. We're musing. We're engaged in dialectic.
It's important for the show.
It's the ultimate form of accomplishment in your life. You know, for some people who don't get to live the dream that we're living, they might be an athlete running in a track race, and you might see them crossing the finish line with their arms like this, the tape breaking across their chest. Well, it's like that for us constantly here. We're constantly in that moment of tape breaking, arm raising celebration at the own proficiency of our intellects. And sure, we should both pat ourselves on the back, but don't forget, we can reciprocally pat as well, as Rachel and I are doing now. Rain, would you like a reciprocal back pat? Pat pack. Not a bat pack, a back pat. Pat, 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 pat. Good job. Good job being so smart. You get an award. You get an award of 100 pesos. You like pesos, don't you? Wow. But I was going to be able to sort of spin him into liking pesos. He doesn't like pesos either. What's black pill? No, it's not intentional and gender driven. I mean, sure, everybody is agenda driven who's dumb. And so, since most people saying things are dumb, they're agenda driven. But you mistake individuals with agendas for some secret cabal pulling strings somewhere or something. No, that's not the case. That's just misunderstanding the way the systems work. Well, I mean, there's no disputing that it's an emergent phenomenon of stupidity and incompetence and not of some planned malice. And we know this for sure because you could no more anticipate and plan for and attain the outcomes that have been attained via COVID with any action than you could say, by blowing like this, I'm going to cause a hurricane over on the other side of the world in 3 years. It's an equivalently difficult undertaking. And you're not understanding that, so that's why you're wrong. It's a pill that creates pessimism or even nihilism, or what I was calling global distress or something. Yeah, global distress. A sense that everything's gone to shit, everything's going to shit, and just sort of keep your head down and keep moving forward, and maybe we'll die before the world collapses. That's global distress, you might call. Event 201. Well, the thing that people don't get is that Event 200 was so much more powerful in its impacts on things than Event 201. And 202 would be even more powerful still. So I don't know why people are so fixated on 201, but you go ahead and tell me about it, Jack. What is Event 201?
Really?
I can never keep track of the bigger number of events. I know Event 1 is my birth. I know Event 2 was me jumping over the Grand Canyon on a horse the day I was born. Event 3 might be, gosh, it's hard to remember. May have been discovering the moon. I did discover the moon. You guys know that, right? It's true. Prior to me, nobody had thought to look up at night because it's dark. Why would you bother? But one day I was walking down the street and a friend of mine made a joke and I guffawed in this fashion. I looked up and there it was. So what's that big bright circle in the sky? My friend said, what in the hell is that? And I announced it in my local horticultural themed zine / newsletter.
That came up for you.
Which everybody said was the #1 horticulturally themed zine or newsletter in the San Gabriel Valley. And some Hollywood producers picked up on it, included the moon in one of their movies, and it's been nothing but moon, moon, moon ever since. I don't often get credit for it. You won't hear this if you look at the lies of the dominant elite post on Wikipedia. Well, they're lying to hide the truth.
Poster.
A teacher recently presented the quote, "Risk does not exist independent of our minds and culture," by some professor. He almost cried. Well, right. Well, that's my point. I'm not saying there's not any agenda. I'm saying there's not an agenda. There are myriad agendas. That every individual has an agenda, and that it's difficult to force individuals to conform their agendas into a singularity, although it's possible either through just means, incentivization, hiring people to work for you, or through unjust means, force, plundering their time and bodies for your own benefit. So is it possible that somebody in the latter context would have the wherewithal to purposefully do something? Yes. Is it possible that they would be able to know that the outcomes they desired would come from that action on a global level? No. So somebody might have been trying to boost the stock price of their pharmaceutical company that treats things with flu-like symptoms, and only to discover they caused COVID, and their drug actually doesn't treat it at all, and then it didn't benefit their company at all, but didn't really hurt it either, because it's a pharmaceutical company after all, and so when society shuts down, they're not really hurt by it. One could imagine a scenario like that. That's possible. Right, but do you get what I'm saying? This grand actor that you're imagining with an agenda is whatever that agenda is. They're not getting it. They're not getting what they want. Because individual parties, because there are so many different individual parties in the world, each of which has its own sort of well of power, influence, voice, etc., including me. I'm one of these parties in the world who's explaining things to people. So you are less susceptible to being wrong about this kind of stuff in the future. And that's one way that I can help society. That's the main way that I can help society. But I'm not representing anybody else's agenda. Neither are you, Jack. Neither are Rain. Neither are Legends Fall. In other words, this conversation falsifies your very premise. People and systems don't operate cooperatively without incentivization or force. And you cannot predict how taking action in a complex, chaotic system is going to play out in terms of impacts beyond the very short distance future. What's Event 201? Exercise simulation for highly contagious virus very similar to COVID that took place World Economic Forum said this played around October 2019. Oh, so you're saying that the governmental agencies did a good job of preparing for something that seemed likely to them to occur? I mean, I don't think they did a good job of preparing for it, or they wouldn't have done such a shitty job of dealing with it. Certainly there's no uniformity in the response, right? Like, you know, did they practice that, Jack Torrance? Did they practice, do you need these?
Yes.
Did they practice every locality treating it differently? Responding to it in their own way? Is that what they practiced? Okay, but Jack, let me ask you this. If you think it's not a coincidence, have you looked for equivalent things that equivalent agencies did that didn't manifest? That didn't come to be? Have you looked for things that didn't come to be? In other words, Or have you considered, of all these things that I'm thinking, all these conspiratorial thoughts about, there's that organization who practiced that thing back then. Oh wait, that never did come true. Do you ever say that to yourself? Do you ever check back to see if your previous shit ever came out to be? But do you ever check? Do you ever check is an important question. I check constantly. You don't ever check. In other words, I'm constantly remembering what I interpreted before and checking to see if I was right. If you're not doing that, you need, that's step one. That's step one. Not step never. It's like you guys are both in one of the three levels of remembering, okay? Both of you guys are on one of those three levels of remembering. Those are not rememberings. Those are NI things. I'm talking to Jack, Legends Fall, not you. I'm talking to Jack, okay? I'm not talking to you about that. I'm mixing you two together some of the time and not other of the time, and I'm not necessarily specifying that, okay? You got your wisdom teeth out? Are you saying rye? Because you're the rye guy? Right. Rain says there, if we heard every time people did simulations and the given event was not happening, you have a very long, convincing list. And the reason I'm saying that about Jack is because I don't recall him ever not being like, evil team is doing evil things secretly. So I know he must have done that about plenty of things that never came to be, and yet he doesn't think maybe he should challenge his frame of reference accordingly. So he gets a little TI scolding from me. And I'm sorry, because I don't want to beat up on Jack, because I know that it's not easy being the guy who's so adversarial all the time and having problems with people, even though he brings it on himself. It's not necessarily fun and easy. I don't want to pile on, but that's the truth, Jack. You need to do some accounting work before you start knowing shit. Did the same a few years ago, Rye Guy, and now I only have idiot teeth. That's funny, Oliver Linehan. Yeah, if Event 201 was, well, I mean, I don't think people necessarily say it was a secret simulation. What they'd say is, well, I mean, they hid in plain view. It's the best way to do it. That's how subtle and sneaky they are. They know that if they just act like everything's normal, they're hiding in plain view, then nobody will think, hey, maybe this is them practicing for our global oppression. They're so sneaky like that, you know. They're very sneaky. No, but you're not hearing me at all. What I'm saying is, what about the things you suspected strongly and were arguing for, in which it turned out that COVID happened and displaced all of those pending doom scenarios that you were advocating? So prior to COVID, you were doom scenarioing about something else. What happened to that? What happened to the one before that? You know, it's not like you started being this way with COVID. You were this way prior to COVID. And it was about something totally different than COVID, because COVID hadn't happened yet. And yet, you were totally wrong about that thing. Because, after all, very shortly thereafter, you're like, oh, it's this instead. I see now. It was COVID that they are doing. It wasn't what I thought before. I thought before they were doing, yeah. Now I see they were doing COVID. The key thing here is they were doing it, no matter what, right? Whatever it is that's bad, they're doing it. So anyway, yeah, that's not how the world works. That's not how systems work. That's not a realistic understanding of people. You're affording these mystical boogeymen superhuman powers. Like, none of them are smarter than me and Evelyn, and we're just hanging around here. How would they figure this shit out? Oh, you were? You were living life normally before COVID? Really? And you mean, are you trying to tell me you're only here because of COVID? You have nothing to do now because of COVID, so you're here? If you had anything better to do, you'd be someplace else? That's really hurtful, Jack. That's really, really hurtful. I'm going to cry for 4 seconds. Sometime tomorrow about it. I'll put it on schedule. If I forget, don't remind me. You weren't actively waiting for anything specific? Were you waiting for something in general?
You're welcome for the chewing ASMR.
I don't think your chewing's particularly loud. They can probably hear it, but it's not booming in their ears. Like this,
Happy to hear that.
like the sound of a wave crashing on a cliff face in the middle of the Arctic Sea during a winter storm.
Mm.
So let's discuss this possibility, because I think it probably is possible. I want to talk about waiting for something general. I'd say I'm waiting for something general. I'm not really waiting for anything specific. I know that a specific thing will turn out to be what I was waiting for, but I'm waiting kind of for something general.
I'm waiting for my mom to get in.
You're waiting for your mom to arrive for her trip. Are you feeling better about her coming now?
Yeah, I think it'll be good. I feel bad that I was negative about it. It's actually...
It's okay, Rachel. You two get to be negative every once in a while, for God's sake. You don't have to be a perfect angel all the time.
Aw, thanks.
Yeah, she snapped at me the other day. And boy, after it took about... I said, okay, I'm sorry. It took about 1 minute, and she's like, I'm sorry I talked to you like that. It's fine. I'm tough-skinned. You can snap at me. I get it. You got problems. I got worries. There's a big difference, you know. She's still experiencing problematic symptoms, and you know, at first it was worse than I thought, because FE tool is a bad thing to have if you're trying, and SI8 combined is a bad thing to have if you're trying to correctly convey to Eric how bad you are off, how bad the symptoms are. Because Rachel thought it worth noting that her hands and her feet were not working very well. But she said they were tingly at first, and I got down to they're not really working. They're that messed up. But I didn't really get that. And I know she had said this at some point early on, that she was numb up her leg, back of her leg and stuff, but I didn't really get that she was practically numb, like from my waist down almost, for days and days and days. I don't know if are you still numb? How high up are you numb?
Like up to here.
So your thighs now.
Yeah.
And so it's like, if she had SI front stack, she would have been, alarms, 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 everybody call the emergency room. But SI8 is weirdly unconscious about it, and so she's articulating things to me that she can articulate as SE things, like I can't use my hands and feet as well, I'm stumbling, rather than really SI things, which is I'm not experiencing my body properly to a very large degree, and we need to freak the fuck out, you know? So, because I'm FI polar and also SI and FE and TI, it takes me a while to, but fortunately I'm NE Dom, because throughout this whole process I've been kind of peppering her with questions about her state of being, even though sometimes it bugs her. And
No, it doesn't bug me. I don't mean to. I apologize.
I'm not asking you to apologize at all, Rachel. I'm not busting your chops at all. I'm sorry, it seems like I am. Anyhow, it's been, I would say this experience has been well, it's an example of what happens when it's like it says a lot about our respective knowing functions. So, like, at some point early on, she made the determination that she needed to accept it, that she'd be permanently like this because it seemed to not be going away. And it's not it she doesn't note subtle changes, or she just doesn't really process body data very well or very actively. And she needed to know something. She needed to know one way or the other. And since all the real-time evidence was suggesting that this isn't going to go away, it didn't go away after a couple of days, she had to go through this sort of grieving process for the fact that she was going to be handicapped for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, over here, I'm thinking, well, on an NI level, well, no, that's not going to happen. You're going to be fine. So I'm not really caring about it until I've experienced it for long enough, at which point I start worrying about it because it's not going away yet, and I don't have quite enough knowledge about how long it should last, except I've read a few things that say a day or two. And so then I start worrying about it, even though, well, I start thinking like, well, I both want, I mean, I have this huge challenge at that point. Like, I want to, I don't want to tell Rachel she can't approach her problem in the way that she wants to approach it. And at the same time, I can't join her there in knowing that it's permanent, because I don't want to undergo that grief process at all, unnecessarily. And I don't want to concede that something's dead until I've fought for as long as possible to make sure that it's not. Like, in other words, the opportunity for being fine is long. Until it's full and thoroughly dead, I'm not going to give in to this, whatever it is. So, but at the same time, Rachel doesn't want to hear, stop knowing it's going to be permanent. And and I'm also fighting against the opposite. I'm fighting against something the same way that she is, which is, she's saying to herself, I know that it's permanent, so that she doesn't have to deal with the horrible reality of having her hopes up and then having them crushed later on or something, right? Meanwhile, I'm not declaring 100% for sure it's not going to be permanent, because I don't want the horrible reality of saying that and being wrong. And so there's this weird thing, this weird conversation we had in the car. I was trying to explain all of this stuff, but it's just making more of a mess of it, because the bottom line is, what do we both have to do? We have to wait to have both knowledge functions validate. So we both know on NI grounds now that it's not going to be permanent. I scoured the internet looking for any indication that any symptoms of this were permanent. And the case I have now on, okay, well, how many other patents for viruses were filed in 2018, Jack? Did you check that? How many other viruses were patented in 2018? How many total? Just that one? Time is the medium of change. So that's cool, rarely means anything. I mean, the thing is, time is more of a field than a medium, obviously, if you were to be a little bit more literal about it. But it is a field that, it's a moving field. So it's different than, say, a piece of paper, and how one links to both creation, consumption, and I guess relational identity, like that's an object over there, I'm over here kind of thing. Oh my goodness, Bill Gates gave money to Pure Bright Institute, and then Pure Bright Institute patented coronavirus? Okay, how many other viruses were patented in 2018? You don't even care. You don't care to be right, you just care to know. What it do? Is y'all smocking? Is we all smocking? Well, I don't have a smock currently. And Rachel, to the best of my knowledge, is largely smock free. Mm-hmm. Right? But if we had smocks, we might be willing to undertake some smocking. Now, regarding your first question, what it's due? Can you please provide for me the antecedent to your relative pronoun it, so that I can better understand your question? Well, coronavirus is the common cold, and there are many possible variations of it, right? So, it's one of the most common viruses that somebody might want to do some sort of work on for some sort of biomedical purposes or whatever. You seem to think that coronavirus means COVID-19. Coronavirus is a broad class of virus that is basically variants of the common cold, which includes SARS, which is a very intense variant of it, and COVID, which is a more mild variant that's, everybody would agree, is somewhere between the common cold and SARS. I would argue it's much closer to the former than the latter. Yeah, you have to impose a lot of qualifiers under the use of the word field if you want to argue for that. I mean, I would say that time is... I mean, time and consciousness are chicken and egg. They came into existence concurrently, or they don't exist at all, you know? They exist concurrently or not at all. They're if and only of things. Time and consciousness. Observation probably causes time, I would guess. No, because in that instance, Legends Fall, there, and that's what happens when you get time wrong, right? When we're talking about how many different people did the same act, patent a various virus, then we can make reasonable conclusions about how much weight to put into the fact that somebody did patent a virus. Is it commonplace? Is it rare? If I was at the scene of a crime, or somebody was at the scene of a crime, the question would be not how many other people were at the scene, but not how many other places was the guy at, would be how many other people were at the scene of the crime. So if I was at the scene of the crime, and the scene of the crime was the state of California, then in fact, it would mean nothing. And if I was at the scene of the crime, and the scene of the crime was right here, then it would have meant that I had committed a crime against Rachel, very likely. So, yeah, that's when you don't get time right. You know, everybody has their own amount of time to spend. It's not shared. Okay, but I mean, read what I think it was. What's his name said? Oliver Linehan said. I don't know if this is correct. I don't independently know this, but I like the way it sounds, I guess I could say. Something about the COVID being made up of multiple strains of genetic code, or strings of genetic code that include patented strings of genetic code, or something like that. You know, in other words, the thing that's being what I do mean is how y'all be, what the good word. The good word is the Lord Jesus Christ. May he come into your heart. About 6 quarts of semen into your heart. 6 quarts of the Lord's semen injected directly into your heart. That's what I wish for you today, good sir. Well, what you do be saying be so confusing is that you're choosing to use a lot of additional colloquial rigmarole to sauce up the tone and delivery of what you're saying in a fashion that makes me think you're affecting a youthful pretension, you know, that's not real. Not as real as my badass youthfulness. Rachel and I are always smashing in the Rari. We're always smoking dank weed. We're always going to the club, wherein we make it snow. Not with dollar bills, but with kilos and kilos of cocaine. Now, if that's not big pimping, as the young people say, then I don't know what is.
He likes it when I do it right there.
Dar. Exactly. I like the way you do it right there. There's so much shady stuff going on with this pandemic. I even got pulled into the conspiratorial stuff. I agree there's all kinds of shady shit going on. But it's because of the frames of reference that started the thing. The problem is this is a perfect storm of butt fuckeries. So it's like people who joined, who played I'm Evil A for a long time were shitting on perfectly rational conclusions from science. Because they didn't like the conclusions because in other words, the right took an approach that said this: I'm gonna shit on your warrants for your conclusions rather than the reasoning between the warrant and the conclusion. So it's like if somebody's saying we need to do all these carbon tax shit, right, in order to protect against global warming, the correct response to that is that's an incredibly stupid way to deal with global warming. Not that global warming isn't real. So we come into the first election of Trump with this relentless and periodically successful campaign by the right against perfectly reasonable facts. And then we have the Trump election, which the left concludes is stolen by a combination of misinformation campaigns and Russian interference. That's what they were thinking. Then we've got basically this shooting thing go on, which was a big deal before COVID, right? That was, in fact, what Jack's pet thing was before COVID was gun control, probably, and mass shootings, and whether or not they were real or something. So probably before COVID, Jack was into like mass shootings or staged kind of thing. Now, obviously they're not, but the point is, what was happening was that there was increasing confusion in society about things for a variety of reasons, but one of them, include in that mix, is that there was no policing of misinformation. Now, whether or not misinformation should be policed or not is, don't say or not again, Eric. Whether or not misinformation should be policed is its own question. But what was the case was that it wasn't being policed pretty much at all. And something like Alex Jones's InfoWars is definitely misinformation. It doesn't justify its claims with anything. It just makes its claims and puts things next to them that seem to intuitively create a link and say, and that's it. That's all it does. And then people believe it without any good cause. Because they want to have an explanation. They want to be able to understand this as purposed. If it's purposed, we know who to blame. We've got an enemy, we can get that guy or that group or whatever. If it's not purposed, then we have to grow up as a world and say, okay, this is what happens when reasoning isn't used properly. This is what happens when people don't listen to Eric enough. You know? If you want to be responsible in the face of this clusterfuck of a disaster, then go around your town with a sandwich board sign that instructs people to go to watch this channel. That's the best thing you can do to save the universe. No, Jack, it's like this. It's like there's a huge pile of numbers, and we're standing there going like, what does that add up to? And you find a single one and then another single one from this huge pile and go, it adds up to 2. That's what's happening. No, that huge pile of numbers does not add up to 2. Just the 2 numbers you chose to look at add up to 2. And you happen to pick 2 ones because that's what you wanted to pick. It's called cherry picking. I have converted to the metric system. The metric system of no kilograms and no kilometers, only miles and pounds. That's the metric system I use. It's metric because it's the meter I use to weigh things and measure distances. Metric. You can take your meters and shove them up your ass. I live in a land of feet and yards. You want to keep America free? Keep KM off of our road signs. I don't want you to. I don't care how many kilometers it is from here to there. California. California went through a little phase in the 70s. Yeah, and you can still see remnants of it on the highways of California to this day, in which they decided they were going to put kilometers next, as well as miles on the signs underneath it. There's still a few of them up there on the way to Mammoth on 395.
Wow.
It's like, I don't care how many kilometers it is.
No.
What do you want me to get to my destination and discover I'm dressed in pink frill and going to a Eurotrash concert or something? No. Oh, no, I didn't. You just misheard me. I said pounds, but sometimes I pronounce it parallelograms. Pounds. That's probably what you heard. No, there are bad actors, and there are organizations whose job it is to be conspiratorial, things like the CIA. In other words, they conspire for a living. To say that there are no conspiracies is to ignore the fact that we have a spy agency in the United States, and every other country does too, whose job it is to conspire. So, I'm not disputing the fact that conspiracies exist. I'm saying the good thing about COVID is we can be sure that this isn't one. Because nobody could possibly be so smart that they can anticipate that the outcome that we see before us today as modern society with COVID in the mix would have been the outcome they could have predicted at the outset when they took the action. Nobody has that much power, control, or ability to predict things. And that's the truth. And we have to accept that. Otherwise, it's easy, it's nice and fun, Jack, living in a world where we can always find a magical, superpowered boogeyman responsible for everything bad, but that's not true. Okay? We have to grow up. In other words, your overreach here causes the things you don't like. People's willingness to have that overreach, to state it publicly, to affirm those positions, to hold to them, to try to articulate that politically they're correct or morally or logically or whatever, that's what causes everything to go to shit. That's the same thing that that doctor was doing, the nurse practitioner, right? She's ignoring what matters, the diagnosis, in favor of a bunch of other shit that totally doesn't matter. And so that's the problem. When people don't let NTPs run the frame, shit goes to fuck. I haven't looked. I haven't looked at what? I was definitely overreach because of the reasons I said. You keep thinking that I can find a powerful enough pattern in the data to support your position. It's not possible. You're mistaking the kind of system we're dealing with. You're mistaking it for a dynamic but possibly predictable or closed system, but it's actually dynamic and chaotic. And so, no, we don't need to get to that spot because we can eliminate the possibility that anybody could possibly predict well enough such that they could intentionally cause this. Listen to me instead of just ignoring what I'm saying. I mean, everybody's leveraged. I realize that every single person on the planet is leveraged by various forces that are particular to them. A myriad of different such forces, which is why the system is dynamic and chaotic. Rain, you and I are great minds think alike. Evelyn, you can join us over here at the Great Minds table if you'd like, because I like the way that you're rebutting us over here, Rain and me. You're rebutting us properly. No, it doesn't matter that Evelyn's arguing the other side or not or whatever. That's not what matters. What matters is that she's doing it right. Wrong about what? What am I wrong about, Legends Paul? You don't have an answer for who this Dark Seeker cabal is exactly. What exactly they did. It's just a bunch of vagaries hinting at an agency undefined, unnamed, and will forever be so. Because it doesn't include any specific limits in your mind. It's just government people or corporate people or whoever your boogeyman is. Or Bill Gates, as Jack's. Why would Bill Gates want to cause COVID? I mean, get bored one day? Man, how about I cause COVID? That'll be fun. First, I'll patent it with my company. Then, I'll take it to China. And then we'll put it right next to a Chinese wet market so that people will assume it came out of there. And bada bing, bada boom, COVID. There we go. Well, did you get what you wanted, Bill? I mean, I was just bored. I'm so rich and everything. It seems fine. Everybody's kind of locked up in their houses for some reason, but who would have thought that people would go this crazy? We're a little fucking disease, I would never have guessed it.
I'm gonna watch you from the back.
Sure, you do your thing, darling.
I love you.
Love you too. Don't forget to bathe plenty of cheese. You claim there's no way to be smart enough to predict it. I'm saying it's not possible to be smart enough to predict long-term impacts of impacts in a chaotic system. I'm not saying that nobody was smart enough. I'm saying it's not possible to be smart enough. It's the nature of the system defies prediction. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's true that these people might think they'd be able to predict it, but the good news about that is that if they are predicating their decisions on those predictions, they're almost guaranteed to not get what they want. So that's good. It's chaotic for the reasons I just articulated. legends fall because each individual has their own motivations and desires and stuff, and it's also leveraged from myriad different angles by other individuals and organizations and so forth. Because the web is so complex, it's impossible to predict, and because it's also dynamic, which is to say, because the decision-making process in here is articulating a bunch of particularist vectors, nothing out there can fully ever anticipate how this particular decision maker is going to respond to meow. Not entirely, right? And because that's true of every individual, you only get a few individuals in before the system becomes unreasonably burdened with vector interfaces that make it impossible, make it a chaotic system. No, okay, stop saying they. Say a person's. A given powerful person's primary motivation is usually to keep their position of power. Okay. I'm not sure if usually is actually correct or not, but let's say it is. It is true that people don't want to lose what they have, as a general rule. Okay? So we can understand how if you put in place a government department or bureau or something to do something, and you employ a bunch of people in that department, that you can't reasonably expect them to tell you when they're no longer needed to do their job. Right? In fact, you can reliably expect them to tell you how necessary they are and how they need more budget money. And supposedly, I guess the idea is, well, then these various things compete against each other, and whichever one is does most benefit to cost, that's the one you do. But it doesn't work out like that at all. It ends up that there's no constraint mechanism. We're not dealing with a limited pile of resources, apparently. We're just, we'll do them all. We'll do all the things. Well, that's not how this is supposed to work. If you do it that way, then you take away the only thing that can possibly constrain your bad reasoning from corrupting everything good and causing civilization to collapse. No, I agree. I totally agree. A person who put effort into getting such a status would put effort into sustaining that. And people who want such a status and have been displaced from such a status will put effort into retaining that status, or regaining that status. And people who haven't yet attained that status but want it will put effort into attaining that status. Those are all true. And note the lack of they makes it impossible for you to make any arguments with it. You have to imagine a they that you don't define, that comprises some unified will that doesn't take this reality of people and how they interact into account, and conclude that they're special in a way that nobody else has ever been. That rich and powerful people are not human beings. They're different than us. Let's say I get rich and powerful someday. Am I going to be a different human being? Isn't it possible for people who aren't supervillains to become rich and powerful? I mean, it's not normally the case that people who seek a lot of power are good ones to have it. Aristotle established this a long time ago, and it's absolutely the case. You find the person who accepts their duty to lead or rule or govern or whatever, but doesn't really want it, namely Eric. This is the philosopher king. I need to be, president so I can start fixing everything. So, if in fact they were so powerful, why don't you make a bunch of your friends and everybody else become a they and get me president, make me president? Again, Jack, you're not responding to what I'm saying. You're not listening. You're not hearing, you're not understanding, you're not processing. So I'm not going to respond to anything you ask me because why? You're not listening to what I said. That's not a rebuttal to what I said. And everybody can always do this. You can always find some obscure fact about something, ask somebody else if they know about it. If they don't, tell them they haven't researched enough. That is not a good argument. It's a kind of cool trick, I guess, if you're an argumentational scumbag. So, no, Jack, don't try to bullshit a bullshitter. You're never going to bullshit me. No legends fall, and just because you like Jack's position is no reason to pretend like he's correct. It is always possible, via the same cherry-picking mechanisms that are fundamentally driving your wrongness, to find something about a topic that somebody doesn't already know about, and then just leverage that fact to say, you haven't done enough research. Now, it's sometimes an acceptable argument. If I were to talk to you about cognitive functions, and you were arguing with me, and I said extroverted intuition, and you said, well, and made it clear you didn't know that extroverted intuition had anything to do with MBTI or something like that, I would say you have not done enough research. You need to go research some. But really what I would say is, okay, you need to stop trying to think you know anything and start listening to Eric. Which I'm telling you now as well. Why? For the simple and powerful reason that Eric is correct. Yes, the best justification of all, because I'm right. The only justification that matters, because I'm right. Forsooth, have we learned the ways of truth and justice and goodness today. And they are a road that travels through the heart of Eric. Amen. I mean, there's no stealing. This is one of those things Peter didn't teach you where you have to acknowledge the primacy of the NI fact. In other words, they're arguing about these ducks being Presbyterians. There's no way for me to steelman it without ignoring the massive elephant in the room, which is ducks can't be any religion. So, in order to steelman it, I'd have to abuse argumentational integrity. And I'm not going to do that. If it were the kind of thing in which it's not binary. In other words, what action should we take in meow country if we want to attain meow results? And it's not binary, then I can easily enough steelman their argument. Because their argument is that their impacts are better than I think. And my argument is their impacts are worse than they think. So I can do that. I can steelman that kind of argument, no problem. You can't steelman a category error. That itself would be a misunderstanding of the term steelman. Well, I mean, the thing is, you can't steelman a category error. The only thing I could do is do more of the same category error that they're committing. I might be able to do that category error a little more convincingly, but that wouldn't be a good thing because it would just be ignoring that there's no point in even arguing about this because they're making a category error. They think it's a kind of system in which you can predict, where you can take precise action and predict global consequences, and it's not that kind of system, and they don't get it. So there's no point arguing about, okay, but if you think I'm not playing soccer well at the bottom of the ocean, you show me how to do it then. Well, get out of the ocean first. I'm not going to swim down there to show you. That's such a good analogy. Damn, I'm good. That is so good. Wow. Okay, so if you're saying that idiots who think they can anticipate how their actions are going to play out, fuck their way around the world, doing random shit that causes horrible outcomes, I totally agree with you. That's how this COVID shit happened. The category error in particular is that there's a single unified vision that is behind this, even though we know for a fact that there are 7 billion independent, unique visions. Sometimes individual people among those 7 billion join together as a group, and then that group expresses as an individual would, a fictitious individual, so to speak, and expresses agency. And those groups can be very dangerous, and they can be very helpful, and they can be very powerful, right? But what they can't be is made up of people who aren't human. They can't be made up of non-humans. And humans, look, it's like, the only thing you need to know to understand why a system would be so chaotic is that you can't even predictably trigger me in a tiny frame of reference of one live stream. In other words, if you were to say, okay, write down a piece of paper that you didn't show me, I'm going to write down 10 things I'm going to say, and for each of those I'm going to predict a response from Eric. You would get some of them right, and you would get probably most of them wrong. And that would be if we got the best predictor in the world here. And that's just one person predicting how one person's behavior will impact one other person over the course of 5 minutes or something. Now multiply that and do the permutations and combinations for 7 billion people. And then maybe you'll have some sense of how stupid you're being about it. No, look. Legends Fall says, lockdowns and the massive destructive force that they are is obvious and doesn't need to be predicted. So it's an unintentional consequence? Is that what you're saying? An unanticipated, unintentional consequence of an intentional action? I agree with you. I mean, look, Legend Fall, lockdowns and the massive destructive force that they are is obvious and doesn't need to be predicted. Well, if you're launching a COVID virus for the intent purpose of attaining lockdowns, for the express purpose of attaining lockdowns, then you are in fact predicting that COVID is going to cause lockdowns, right? If in fact nobody predicted that, then whoever purposefully did it didn't get what they want, right? So are you saying that somebody knew before COVID was released that they could correctly predict lockdowns, or are you not saying that? What are you saying, Legends Fall? You tell me. I mean, if I did agree with it, I'd have to be a CIA agent, right? Okay, so Jack, that's why I can just say you need to scrap your entire ontology in terms of, your entire epistemology, not your ontology. You need to scrap your entire epistemology and listen to Eric. You've ignored everything I've said today, and you're still just as wrong as you ever were. And you learn nothing, you gain nothing, and you're just, you're helping other people potentially by eliciting from me this thorough thrashing of your wrongness, that hopefully they will not be subject to quite so robust a wrongness as you. Okay, so then what happened is this imaginary they got the head guy of every one of the head hiring and firing guy of every possible media outlet to get on board with this plan, and then they said, here are your marching orders to all the journalists and stuff. Is that what happened? I mean, I get it that journalists can be censored. I get that journalists can be bullied into saying something different than what they would normally have said. I get that people can be banned from YouTube for spreading misinformation about COVID. But what you don't get is that if, in fact, YouTube were banning people for correct information about COVID that they didn't like, they'd have banned me. Taylor got punished for COVID misinformation dissemination, but even though I talked about it, COVID stuff, way more than he ever did, and way more adversarially towards the status quo than he ever managed to muster because he was off the YouTube for a long time. I never had any problem with it at all because I'm not spreading misinformation. Yeah, I think he's calling his own shots. The idea that you think that somebody else can call someone else's shots, you have to just be completely punching yourself in the face so you don't see how incredibly difficult it is for me to convince either you or Jack of something that's incredibly well supported in argumentation and obviously true. If even I can't get two of my biggest fans to agree with me about this, why in the world do you think that people are so able to control everybody else? I would love to get you guys to agree with me. And you guys are two of my biggest fans objectively in the sense that I hang out with you all the time, right? You and I hang out late fall. Jack, you and I hang out all the time. Every time I live stream, we're hanging out. And I can't even convince you to agree with me that I'm right, even though the only reason you like hanging out with me, I'm sure, is because I'm the smartest man on YouTube. I mean, how crazy is that? And yet you think somebody's telling Biden what to do. I mean, why? He has nothing to lose. He's a million years old. He's got dementia. Some secret society or whatever tried to tell him what to do. He'd just be like, "What? I'm confused." Or, "Hey, a secret society telling me what to do." Like, I'm gonna just have a fucking press conference. I mean, that's what I would do. The light of day is the most powerful thing in the world, and I agree that shadows are terrible. But you guys are creating boogeymen to imagine in the shadows. I mean, you were wrong all three times. You were wrong all of those times, Neon Froggy. You were wrong all of those times. Because you didn't have the capacity to know with certainty that COVID would play out like this. And so that means to say that you did is wrong. Okay? It's overestimating your own intuition's capacity. But let's just follow. You're not making the argument that some people can be controlled by some other people. You're using that reality as an engine for overcoming the realities that are much more determinant of a chaotic system. And ignoring everything I say. You keep trying to argue like on a contention level. Well, it's not that chaotic. This is a math thing. It's like unique. Chaotic is not more or less chaotic. It's either chaotic or it's ordered in some way. It's binary. God, I get so annoyed when people don't listen to me. Just listen to me and understand what I'm saying. You're not responding on point, so I know you're not. I'm trying to explain to you, Legends Ball, why the system is chaotic. The same thing that prevents you and I from agreeing prevents the system from being ordered at a larger scale, right? In other words, human civilization is doomed because people listen to people other than me. And until we remedy that problem, we're all doomed. Well, how many people control those 6 corporations, Jack? How many shareholders in total? How many shareholders are there in total for those 6 corporations? Oh, that's right. Most big corporations are publicly held. Oh. Boo failure, boo, a boo failure. Okay, so in other words, Neon X Froggy. What you're saying here is, he says, the reason being that the sign's been around for at least a decade. So in other words, you made multiple predictions of doomsday from various sources, some of them disease vectors, some of them others, and one time, one of the myriad things you pronounced as doomsday turned out to also capture the imagination of other tards like you, who actually turned it into doomsday by being so retarded. Thanks. Great. Appreciate it. I mean, it doesn't really affect me. But, I mean, it does affect me. It affects me emotionally, spiritually. But, as far as being impacted by COVID shit, I have way less reason to complain than the vast majority of people. Everybody's got reason to complain, but the vast majority of people have way more reason to complain than I do. When some good-for-nothing goody two-shoes knows what's best for everybody starts telling everybody how to be safe and whether or not they're allowed to do shit or whether they have to stay home and be safe, we need to frame it properly. If you frame it as they, Legends Fall, if you frame it as they, or Jack, you frame it as they, then what argument do you lose? This fucking person here, who's just like Joe over there, is trying to tell all of us that we can't leave our house. Then you lose that. It's not Governor Newsom who came up with this stupid idea that to tell people what to do at their Thanksgiving family gatherings. It's they. Did they tell Newsom to say that? Did they know that was going to backfire? Well, I mean, look. Did you see my post? Oh my God. This is so great. This is so great that that we have this. This is perfect. Oh my God, this is perfect. Perfect. This is going to be a beautiful moment in history. A beautiful moment in television history because I'm broadcasting live to the whole East Coast today on television, I've decided. That's how I'm doing things. From now on, I'm talking on television. Okay. So, this is what I hilariously saw when I went to Google News last night. I thought, well, that's great. That's just great. Now, you might say, but Eric, this exactly is the opposite of what I was just saying. This is what I literally saw on my Google News feed. I was like, that's hilarious. Number 1, stop calling January 6th an insurrection. Number 2, what America learned after the insurrection. Number 3, when American democracy crumbles. Number 4, democracy isn't dying. How about that? You want to get me a video of hundreds of stations reading the same thing. This is my Google News feed. Are you sure you're the problem? I bet your Google News feed, everything agrees with itself. Because you don't like to find out what's correct. You want to be reinforced in what you believe. And that's the fucking problem. It was unhidden. He unhid him. So, as you see here, this is reality for people who think their Google News feeds look like this. Why? Because Google News can't figure out which team they're on. Because they're not stupid, so they're not on a team. They're on Team Smart, Team Reasoning, Team Everything must be correctly justified. That's what team they're on. They're on Team Everybody Listen to Eric, the good team. That's the team. That's the only good team. Everybody listen to Eric team. That's the good team. The other teams are all bad. So, I ask you, Legends Fall, I ask you, Jack, do your Google News feeds look like this? Or does everything agree with itself? And if it's the latter, then you are the problem. Legends Fall, what am I saying about my Google News feed? That I should trust the Wall Street Journal? Or that I should trust the Deseret News? Or that I should trust the Guardian? Or that I should trust the Wall Street Journal again? Or that Google News has the Wall Street Journal twice? Or that because I'm a smart person, the responsive Google algorithm gives me both sides of the story. Whereas your, now this is a picture that I thought it was funny, and I was making fun of it last night. And the way I posted it up there, I was using it the exact opposite way yesterday. I said, "This is hilarious." It's like Google News thinks reality is a choose your own adventure book for truth. In other words, I was arguing the position that in fact one of these positions is correct, and but I get the opinion things are opinion things. I get that, but that in some instances Google News is trying to play. It's trying to split the baby. So it's saying it doesn't matter whether or not this thing is the kind of thing that can be cut in half or not. We're going to cut it in half. Now, in this instance, both of these, the second question, whether democracy is crumbling and dying or not, is definitely a split in half kind of thing. You can split that in half because there's no correct answer to the question. There are just better cases and worse cases. On the issue of whether or not that should be called an insurrection, that issue should have been the first thing discussed and decided, not the last thing discussed and decided. Okay, but Legends Fall. You're not understanding what Google News is. Google News is a news aggregating program that learns what kind of things you like to read about, what kind of reader you are, and presents choices accordingly. I can add certain key terms to have it search for, and it'll bring up everything it's got on that. Okay, chat. Do you understand what an aggregator is? You get that I'm not reading anything on Google News, right? That Google News hasn't published anything. You do understand that, don't you? Okay, well, if post-enlightenment thinking is naive, then go ahead and call me Voltaire. I'm not arguing disingenuously at this point. At what point? I'm saying, look, if it is in fact the case that you're getting this monolithic narrative thrown at you, then you must be chasing this monolithic narrative. That's not what my Google News feed looks like. It doesn't look monolithic at all. And that's a fair point. Right? So if you're arguing that we are all being hammered with a monolithic narrative, then from my experience of working with aggregators as tools that I use in life, I get what I tune the tool to do, and to the extent that it requires tuning, and if you're just getting all red triangles popping you in the face or something, then maybe it's because that's all you're searching for. I mean, in these first 4 links, there are 3 different sources. Now, granted, plenty of news organizations source their news stories from AP. I have my friend Jack Chang, who was an INFJ. He was an editor for Mexico City desk of the AP, and lived in Mexico City for a long time. And he was the editor of the Mexico City desk of the AP. And it seems weird, but it's the way things were back in the day before the internet, and these are sort of systems and organizations to get grandfathered in and kind of elbow their way into the internet world by making these legal arrangements with these other organizations, etc., etc. The thing is, another thing is underlying both you and Jack's misapprehension is you're not getting how many different organizational interests have vested interests in various things, which is to say, an actual voice in it. Now, it's like, I have an interest if I work at Burger King, I have an interest in Burger King, but I don't have a vested interest. So in other words, I can quit my job and then I don't have any more interest in Burger King. If I'm working there, then my interest coincides with theirs in that if Burger King goes out of business, I lose my job. And it coincides with theirs in that if I do an excellent job, I can move up and get more money and etc. So in those regards, I have an interest in Burger King if I'm working at Burger King. But I don't have a vested interest. So the thing is, you're assuming that all interests are of the former kind and not the latter. Vested interests have voices in things and influence decision making. And there are too many vested interests and too many different layers of vesting, so to speak, and voicing in too many different kinds of organizations and too many different people who feel very strongly about how they do. Like, you feel very strongly that you're right. And I feel very strongly that I'm right. And we both are powerful advocates for our own position. And the world you're imagining doesn't have people like us. It's got a bunch of sheep. That's not how the world actually is. People don't necessarily know how to voice their dissent, but there's dissent going on all the time. About everything. And we have to acknowledge that, like, let's say it were Bill Gates, okay? Let's say this whole thing came down to Bill Gates, and it was all a big plan of his master plan. Okay, first of all, at least that puts agency where it belongs, in an individual, rather than in an amorphous they, okay? So we've got an individual who at least potentially could take the action. Now, it doesn't mean he could, and he also could predict impacts from the action. That doesn't mean that he could be correct about the impacts he predicted from the action, by and large. But it depends how directly linked the impact is to the action. So an impact, any action will have an intended direct impact, and then varying degrees of other either direct or indirect intended and unintended impacts. So that's a very challenging, if even possible, thing to try to make an accounting of. So as a consequence, appeals to impacts are always going to be from an interested perspective. I mean, I agree that Google does censorship. I'm actually really impressed at them censoring so well. I think they do a fantastic job of it. I don't want porn on YouTube. And I also, I would only be okay with them policing misinformation if I could be absolutely convinced that they had somebody smart enough to do it well. And I have personal experiential proof that they do, because they banned Taylor and they didn't touch me. I never heard a word about it. Because I haven't spread misinformation. I've been using my reason rather than my emotions to guide my claims. I don't want my claims to be true. They're true because I want to be right. Legends Fall. I mean, you're ignoring what I just said. I said, Taylor, we have an example of somebody within the same community, two people who broadly agree on what public policy should be on COVID, okay? You and me both agree on what public policy should be on COVID, probably by and large. Same with Taylor and me, okay? So we have an example of one person who made unjustified, overreaching, fourth slot in eye claims and got in trouble with YouTube because he spread misinformation. And we've got one person who critiqued the fuck for months and months and months and months, everything dominant narrative regarding COVID, and never got touched because he didn't. Pretty powerful evidence. I mean, it's individual evidence, it's anecdotal, so to speak, but it's not really anecdotal, it's on public record. In other words, we can all access the videos and see that, in fact, I did critique COVID a bunch. And in fact, I never got in trouble. So in that regard, it's very clear as day. And we can see that people who agree with me 100% on the policy matters got in trouble because they gave different reasons as to why a given policy conclusion should be drawn. In other words, there shouldn't be mask mandates because it's framing the question wrong. It's not. It's taking possession of people's face in a way that the group, didn't have before, right? The society didn't expressly convey control over. That there weren't government bodies saying, we get to say this about your face in general. So when it happens in the specific, my take on it is, wait, that's not allowed in general. And when they say, not only is that allowed in general, they don't say anything, right? They don't say anything. I say, but wait, we haven't discussed it yet. And nobody listens to me. And people say irrelevant shit like Legend Falls and Jack are talking about. And people who might agree with me get banned because they're spewing bullshit because they can't reason properly. I mean, because reasoning properly does require good NI too. It doesn't just require good TI. So that's just how it is. Now, my daughter would seem to belie the fact that this has anything to do with cognitive functions, because I have to agree that she would never make the arguments you're making. She'd never make those kind of arguments. But that's because she grew up with me, and it's not that she really attacks things at the right frame of reference, and she doesn't really agree with my. I mean, that's the thing. Also, it's not that she doesn't agree with me. She just hates being the one to be negated. So that's why we always get into arguments. But not always. Everything's COVID. It's always about COVID, stupid COVID. My points have all been valid, is the point. So if Google censors so much, why am I still here? I mean, seriously. I make the most adult jokes imaginable. IDODRUGS on camera in live streams all the time. I light my cigarettes with a blowtorch. I oppose all this bullshit narrative stuff that you guys don't like too, but I just do it correctly. And the only thing I've ever gotten in trouble for was something I probably should have gotten in trouble for, which was bullying C.S. Joseph. And the reason I should have gotten in trouble for it was because it was not civil discourse. It was profanity-laden invective and name-calling and stuff, and I'm better than that. So, alright, fine. I got a warning. I deserved it. But if you think Google is such a horrible big brother, why am I still here?
Towels.
Why do I have any subs at all? Why am I just languishing with 0 because YouTube won't recommend my videos to anybody? Why is that not the case?
I know.
Why is it possible for me to find a trick with the kitty videos? Why haven't they put together the fact that it doesn't matter what I put up, don't let that guy have any success because we need to censor him in some way? Why hasn't anything like that happened? They want to, but they haven't gotten around to it yet? Okay, well that's just slippery slope and shit, dude. That's not a meaningful argument. No, I get it that censorship is more of a it's a much more complicated question than it's ever been before. And this is the thing. I'm here in the current world with having grown up in a world for a long time, for 20 years or so, where there was essentially no internet. Maybe when I was 20 there'd been internet for a couple of years, but for me in my life, essentially zero internet from birth through basically the end of college, really. I mean, yeah, sure, I might have sent some emails in college, but I don't think I did. I think I do remember sending letters in college to friends who lived on the other side of the country. I remember sending weed in the mail to my friend Roger from Santa Cruz when I was in college. But the thing to remember is, in that world, the individual who had a lot to say had to first attain a pass from some publisher of some sort. And that was a much worse world, but it was a world that could be very black and white about censorship. It was easy to be black and white about censorship when you've got to have resources and an organization behind you in order to publish shit meaningfully, right? So then you know that even if somebody is saying crazy shit, they're not going to be heard by anybody, really, and it's not going to cause any problems, really. The internet makes the question more nuanced. Now, you might say, well, isn't it ultimately a question of individual right to expression? Well, it is, but there's no right to an audience, you know? So it's like, I can express myself with pamphlets and hand them out. But or I can make my own website and express myself how I want there or something. The thing that people don't like is that there have become these default platforms like YouTube that is the default platform for people who make videos who aren't part of some media organization. So and then such individuals are subject to YouTube's dictates regarding censorship stuff. Now, the big push on the first push of censorship or whatever by YouTube related to exploitation of children, right? So, and that was predicated by that guy's video in which he called out YouTube for allowing all this mold to grow around within its overarching architecture, you know, and not without good cause, I would say. Now, granted, if you were to look at it as if you perceive YouTube as a public space, and you see Google's intervention therein or YouTube's intervention therein as government intervention, then you might say, they didn't meet some technical standard of, they needed to eliminate a given thing. So a lot of stuff they eliminated were videos that were probably taken harmlessly initially enough by parents or something that would like show a little girl's underwear or something, and then the pervs would like share links and to playlists of those kinds of things and stuff. So it's pretty ugly in its overarching reality, and yet it would be the sort of thing that if it were a criminal matter, the courts and the police and the government would say, well, they're not technically doing anything wrong. They're enjoying publicly available, potentially enjoyable harmlessly videos in a way we don't like, but the videos themselves are not a problem. They're not like, it would be okay to show that on TV, and it's just this particular example of that general thing is especially provocative, but in ways we can't exactly define. And the fact that these people are using this platform to share that information with each other, we don't like that, and those people are perverted or whatever. So the thing is, if I were to pretend YouTube were a public space and say that Google was the government, I'd say they're doing a kick-ass job, frankly. I think they're doing a kick-ass fucking job. They're doing way better than the actual government does in the actual space.
Yeah.
A million, billion, zillion times better. Their services cost very little and do a whole hell of a lot. They are, they're the engine of Google is attraction, not promotion. Now, I know, sure, they promote themselves and stuff, but really, that's true what I just said. Google operates as though it will make the best thing that does the best stuff and integrates in the best ways for the best price, and then it will live and die on its merits. And so it's like, before you know it, the only Google there, not every Google project was a winner. I mean, it took them a while to figure out the mechanics of AdSense and
I'm gonna take
do your thing, baby. No, I agree with Taylor's policy positions. That's what you guys aren't understanding. Here we are arguing about how we should interpret this COVID thing, even though presumably we're all on the same page regarding what we should do on a policy level. I'm not in favor of mask mandates. I'm not in favor of lockdowns. I'm not in favor of quarantines, etc. Right? I'm sure you guys are all on the same page. I'm not in favor of forced vaccinations or of requiring vaccine papers for people to do things or go places. I'm not in favor of any of those things, and neither are you. Those are our policy positions. Those are the things that matter. No, he said, even if you disagree with Taylor. The point is, I agree with Taylor on his policy positions, and to the extent that I disagree with him at all, it's because he's presenting something that's misinformation, in which case I do disagree with it. And do I have a problem with it being censored? Well, I mean, I get that government's a utilitarian body, you know? You can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. I don't feel any personal thing about it either way. It certainly has nothing to do with me disagreeing or agreeing with him. So, in other words, I wouldn't, if he were speaking truth and not misinformation, I would be appalled at him getting censored. Absolutely. But you're focusing on the wrong thing. You're focusing on whether I agree with him or not. Not whether he's speaking the truth or not. I don't get to agree or disagree with something that's factually false. It just is factually false. I mean, I don't have an opinion on censoring Taylor, on the censorship of Taylor over the COVID thing, because I don't know exactly what he said. So I didn't see the video, but I know in general what his arguments were because I've talked to him around here about it. And I'm assuming he probably said those a little bit more boldly, but I don't know exactly what he said on that video to get him censored. But I get that if you're trying to say, here is the truth about scientific information and or policy realities or something, and you're saying stuff that's bullshit, then I mean, I don't think it's really necessary to censor such stuff. but and I would prefer an approach that says that YouTube took this approach. Instead of put your mouth where your money is, YouTube. Instead of censoring Taylor's video, you hire somebody to make a counter video that explains why that video is wrong. Hire me, I'll do it. And you know, it's like there's no way in hell I'm gonna try to create wrongness where there is none either. So you know, I will be your ombudsman. Do that. That's a much better thing to do. Now, obviously, I won't be able to create all the videos myself. You have to bring me over to the YouTube building in Los Angeles. There's got to be, if there isn't one yet, build one, because I'm not moving up to Northern California because it's shitty up there. Okay? And you know it as well as I do. You know how shitty it is up there, YouTube. Well, as I was explaining before I got sidetracked, Neon Froggy, this is the perfect storm of narrative clusterfucks that I was describing coming into it. With the right first attacking on this spot, and then the left perceiving the right to have attacked here with help from foreign agents, and then the increasing divisiveness, etc., blah, 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 blah. And with the built-in justification, especially with Facebook being called into Congress and stuff like, hey, you got to stop the bullshit. You got to stop bullshit from owning Americans. Americans need to stomp on bullshit. And here we see, okay, here's a good opportunity. This is exactly the sort of thing that those damn right-wingers are gonna spew their misinformation about. Well, we need science right now because this is a medical thing. Only to get that both they were right and that, unfortunately, that was enough to convince other people that they were right in general. And that is tragic because it could have all been prevented if everybody had listened to Eric from the get-go. And I'm right here talking. It's not hard to find me. So yeah, everybody needs to listen to me all the time. It's true. What I'm advocating is insane, and you know it is? I don't think so. I mean, certainly you could have an ombudsman's office that says, here's YouTube's public positions on these controversial issues. There's a finite set of arguments for each of those issues. You don't have to respond to every single video. But you have it. You know how YouTube has a sort of auto link to COVID shit, CDC stuff? Same thing. Why not? It's absolutely not crazy. It's a great idea, in fact. I never thought about it before until you pressed me to make it better. But yeah, now it's a great idea. Now that it's just one video on any controversial topic and continuing as they emerge, that clarifies what the correct position on it is. As long as they hire me to do it, you're guaranteed to get it right. Why not? It's a great idea. I don't want to do it. I don't want to go to Northern California, though. I was explaining, will you hush? I'm busy negotiating with YouTube right now. Listen, YouTube, I will be your correctness person, and I am the most qualified person in the world to be that. But I'm not moving to Northern California, okay? And I want to be paid partially in mushrooms. And that's fair, because it's too hard to buy them. Money is not good enough to get mushrooms for some reason. So you need to pay me partially in mushrooms so that I don't have to do that whole commerce thing. Jack Torrance, remember, YouTube's censorship doesn't need to justify itself. It's not a government. It's a company that owns a platform that is enforcing the rules it wants to on the platform it owns. And if you don't like those rules, you can go somewhere else. You can start your own platform. And you say, but nobody's there. Well, that's what YouTube gets for being the best, is it gets to have a naturally occurring merit-based monopoly on people's views. There are plenty of competing services, and none of them are worth a fraction of the time that YouTube is worth because YouTube's so much better. Why do you think Google has come to be predominant? You got to understand the mechanics of attainment in the digital ecosystem are much fairer than they are in the physical ecosystem because it's a metaphysical world that we're dealing with. In the metaphysical world, things are fairer because they're matters of communication. and things have to be, at some point, broken down to zeros and ones. Okay, well, I mean, look, governments can attempt to legislate themselves control over privately owned or publicly owned platforms, right? And that's true. That's another complicating vector in the matter. That's true. But that doesn't change. If you're thinking there, if you're thinking about how laws by the government can force YouTube to do things differently, then you're thinking about it wrong. Right? Of course you are. Because it's true that the government could be in charge of the internet. That's true. That's the North Korean internet. It's not a whole lot of shit on it. It's true, the government could be in charge of the internet like it is in China and keep us from looking at certain topics and stuff. Unless you have a VPN, in which case you join the civilized world. Or we could think that maybe the government's not good at doing things, usually. Since there's no impetus to do well. There's no implicit impetus to do well. I address what you say. I address everything you say, dude. You've ignored everything I say. No, my thinking is not muddled as fuck. If you actually believe that, you're crazy. You're ignoring what I'm saying because you don't like the fact that it contradicts your NI. Oh, come on, Peter didn't teach you. Come on. Look, a VPN doesn't do much. What could you possibly need a VPN to do? The only thing you need a VPN to do, and if you live in America anyway, is to BUYDRUGS from the DARKWEB. And then you include Tor into the mix too. Don't just go with a VPN. Also tunnel it through Tor, which is short for the Onion Router. And you can get whatever you want. So I don't know what you're complaining about. What do you think I'm ignoring? You are not. I'm reading everything you say right now. And there's nothing here that's responsive at all. You say you accuse me of filibustering. Misspelled, but that's fine. I might misspelled too. But you can't be both an impartial platform and also a publisher. Why does YouTube have to be impartial? There's nothing impartial about this platform. It's incredibly biased against shitty content creators. There's zero things impartial about this platform. The whole point of it is its partiality. Just because you imagine people using it as a way to express their opinions about things, YouTube thinks of it as a way for prospective money earners to give their videos a chance in the money earning environment, and maybe and try to give it a fair chance to rise to the top on its merits. Okay, that's what YouTube is viewing content creators as, appropriately. And so YouTube is ultimately content consumer focused because that's what drives success, is consumer preference. So and what YouTube wants to do is construct the platform such that individuals who have a lot of effort and will and desire to be successful at YouTube can maximally attain benefits from their participation in YouTube that are ancillary to just ad revenue. because YouTube would like to see creators earning money without YouTube having to pay them. Right? Makes sense. Then YouTube's just a sort of facilitative thing, and then it can just stop paying people entirely on the ad revenue, and then, you know, of course, I don't think it's going to happen that way, but regardless, that's really the deal. Well, I mean, they're not. It's so ironic when people say freedom of the press and freedom of speech are in danger. Here, to me, in this conversation. You know? I mean, I know it's a live stream and it's got limited capacity to garner the attention of the whole world. But, look, by default, let me throw an olive branch out here. I will agree that this COVID thing and the relationship between it and information has been uniquely weird. I've never encountered anything like it before, and I agree that raises lots of red flags. And I get that you're saying, well, if there are so many red flags, then surely that must be the red flag store over there. But when we actually get over there, they were actually just big trees. The leaves had turned red and they were blowing, so it looked like flags. So, I mean, that's very possible. And the thing is, it makes much more sense that it's that than what you guys are saying. The point is, you're talking about freedom of the speech and freedom of the press, and yet we're having this robust discourse about this public policy matter that wasn't possible at all when I was 20 years old, and is now used up our entire afternoon. You know? So, I mean, I agree, Evelyn S. Look, I'm agreeing with you that the information Nazism here has been uniquely weird about COVID and is very red flaggy. And yet it seems when I dive into the thought process, when I start really thinking about it, okay, and do all the thinking that's necessary to think correctly about it, which takes a little bit of time to go through the whole thing, you know, but it's like I just can't conceive of the who, how, when, where, why in any kind of NI way that would stand scrutiny, even though there are lots of red flags. It just doesn't make sense. And I'd like it to as well. I want to believe. But it's just like that day when I was 8 years old and I walked away from that little cup full of dirt and leaves and paper with some magic words written on it or whatever. Or across the street over there back home. I was sad, but I knew, and it wasn't any disputing it. I can't use magic. God. I can't use magic in understanding things or else I'll be wrong. I can't use magic to do things or else I'll be lying to myself. It's not real. Ho hum. It was such a sad day. Well, it's time for you guys to have that day. Not you, Evelyn. Not you, Evelyn. You've had that day a long time ago. You had that day, you loved that day, you lived that day, you learned that day. That was the day that you said, aha. some of this text here. You probably had that day too. When you were a kid, when you were a little girl and you're playing in the backyard and you thought, well, let me try some magic-y sounding rigmarole and see if I really, really believe hard or something. And then you're like, ugh. And it just sort of hit you, oh, this is all that I see. Like, they're getting off on believing in it. You know? I mean, I don't have those expectations. I operate under the assumption that that's the case. I know that it's quite plausible, conceivable, that YouTube, Google would censure in some fashion me for reasons I don't think are justified and be wrong about it. Because after all, I am the smartest man on YouTube, so it's they're gonna have it's easy to imagine a YouTube employee being less smart than me. But remember, the good news is Google hires very smart people, and smart people are very rarely evil. How is consciousness a form of magical thinking? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, consciousness means alive and aware. Conscious means alive and aware. Because it's possible to be alive and not aware. Right? You can be unconscious. Yeah, I mean, and what we see here is how thin and spindly the legs of this narrative have become as reality keeps pushing against its constraints. So this new variant that everybody's getting is super contagious, but the symptoms are no worse than a common cold, really, as far as we can tell. And so there's this aching vacuum for the question, then why are we treating it differently? But nobody's asking and answering it in meaningful ways. They're asking questions like this. So why is it important we continue to stay vigilant the way we have been? No, tardy parties. The queen of the bell at the tardy party is the news anchoress who asks this question. Well, if by magical you mean beyond explanation. Alright, let me look at this message at 419, Jack. You say, Dr. Malone is literally the creator of mRNA vaccine technology. All the major platforms have censored him. No concerted agenda, though, right? No, I mean, I do think there was a concerted agenda, for sure. I think that most major publishers were more or less on the same team. And that's one of the big problems with teams is sometimes one of the teams gets an advantage over the other team. In fact, usually one of the teams has an advantage over the other team. And then they actually have power to do things. And of course, everybody on both teams is horrible and should not be allowed to participate at all in any government process or public health or anything like that. Because, after all, they chose teams over a decent human being. They chose teams A and B over team everybody listened to Eric. And as a consequence, they are not qualified to make any decisions about anything. The end. I mean, it sucks when one team has too much control over shit. When people who strongly identify with the team are in positions of power. That sucks. It sucks more when they're far left because they're so Well, no, it doesn't. It doesn't really suck It doesn't really suck more when they're far left. They're not really far left. It's like the whole thing is the whole wokeness thing, right? Yes, it's incredibly dorky. Let's not dispute that. It's the dorkiest thing in fucking history, and yet it did desperately need to happen, right? So people who we're still in this sort of transition period, but people who were around when I was a kid and for long periods of my young adulthood and stuff, you never saw anything but beautiful white people on TV or in movies. And that was true. And that was bullshit. And so change needed to happen. Unfortunately, the people who changed things were not changing things because they were correct in their reasoning. They were changing things because they were correct in their position, and unfortunately though they were incorrect about lots of actual positions, but they were correct to think that we need to actively include everybody in this thing. If we're gonna, why are we arbitrarily excluding all these people? It absolutely is just stupidity and tribalism. In other words, it's people who are team people, who think it's those damn liberals and their control of the media, or who think it's those damn conservatives and their religious judgmentalism and their guns. It's those people who are the problem. And anytime they have control of the narrative, they're not doing the work of speaking the truth. They're doing the work of taking their turn hammering at the other guy. And so obviously you don't want that person using public policy to hammer at the people they don't like. That's a stupid way to make any kind of decisions. It seems like a good decision. If, when they put out the vax cards, they realized, oh shit, these vaccines aren't going to stick. We'll do boosters until either we find a vaccine that sticks, or until, I don't know. We're not going to think about it any further than that. So what should we do with these vax cards? Put like 8 slots on them. That seems perfectly logical, sensible way to do that. Now, do I think you should get the boosters? No, I don't. I'm not going to get it. Well, I don't care. I don't care what you do. Do whatever you want. I don't have an opinion on it. I don't think they're dangerous or anything. I just don't think... I just don't see any reason at this point, given that the variant, the symptoms of it, are so mild, there'd be no reason to even try to prevent it, really. So, I come from a world in which people get colds and sick and flu and stuff periodically, and that's just how the world goes, right? That you once a year, once every couple of years, maybe you get a cold and you're down for a couple of weeks or something. It's like that's the world. That's how life is. You get sick occasionally, but that's the sort of thing that needs to be talked about, right? Excuse me, do we still live in a world where I have the right to get and be sick? Or do I have to actively prevent myself from getting sick? Because I don't like taking extra measures besides sensible ones. I don't mind getting vaccinated. I don't think it should be compulsory. I don't mind it being encouraged in some public service announcement. I don't want it to be required to do anything, that's for sure, because then you're not just asking me to get vaccinated, you're asking me to remember a piece of paper. And that is too much to ask of me. That's way too much. If you want me to get vaccinated, fine, but you remember for me. I'm not going to bring you my paper to prove something. I don't like that. I'm never going to remember that paper. Or if I do, it'll just be coincidence, because I know where it is. It's in Rachel's blue thing, but only sometimes are we bringing Rachel's stuff with us, No, what I was just saying, Lauren Cuthbert, I don't care if you get vaccinated or not. I don't care. It's up to you. It's up to everybody whether they want to get vaccinated or not. I'm opposed to compulsory vaccines for everybody because it fundamentally undermines the whole purpose of a vaccine, which is so that you can just not have to worry about it anymore, whether the other person is vaccinated, right? Compulsory vaccinations say, even after I get vaccinated, I get to worry about whether you're vaccinated. But that doesn't make any sense. That's not how vaccines work, right? The logic of it is you choose to get vaccinated so that you don't have to worry about unvaccinated people getting you sick. So then you don't have to worry about them and what they're doing. Now, that's the only logic under which vaccines make sense. To say you have a compulsory vaccine is to say what should be a way that you can choose to protect yourself has now become a way that is guaranteed to make you into a paranoid conspiracy theorist. Even perfectly sane people who normally aren't inclined towards thinking that category error justifications, basically. Because yes, conspiracies occur, but it becomes a category error when you start explaining too many things from a single source. And so it's like, to the extent that the action taken did in fact result in all those impacts, the more impacts you point to and can establish, the greater the percentage of those impacts are going to be unintended. So you can't both claim intentionality, and that's where the problem comes in when you're with your chaotic system thing. Intentionality is the key issue here. Because remember, an action is taken, and once it's taken, its impacts leave the individual who took the action and can be to a very limited extent, swept one direction or another after the action is taken, okay? So to some extent they can be swept, but that's where you're saying, any, do my work for me, right? But you have to respect the fact that if you're crediting meh impact to meh action, then you're saying you're liable for this unintended consequence. And that's because of the distance from the link between the action and the impact. So impacts of impacts, or what you might call what is that thing called in debate? FX topical, right? FX topical. Effects of effects are not topical. You can't claim them as impacts, and so the reason is because, of course, they're not caused by the impact you can establish. They're caused by, if they're caused by the impact you established, then they're not caused by the action you took, right? If something's caused by the impact you established with an action, then it's not caused by the action you took. Well, that denies dominoes falling over, Eric. No, it points out that the only way you can ever do that is if you purposefully line them up and eliminate all vectors so that each impact can predictably trigger the next. And that's obviously not possible with society in general, because society, people, vectors, etc. aren't complacent dominoes standing there doing what they're told all the time. Did anybody see that photo of our Prime Minister? Not my Prime Minister, lady. Having a literal Christmas party when we were supposed to be in full lockdown last year. I love it when that shit happens. And that's the great thing about rejecting they. we get to shit on Dianne Feinstein for being a big fuss bucket about masks and then being seen getting her hair cut maskless at a salon. And her basic answer being, you guys are supposed to know that we make these laws and say all this stuff and it's kind of bullshit, Aren't we all supposed to be doing it like this? Saying one thing and doing another? Fucking no. Hold yourself to a higher standard, B. I have never heard the man say a word about COVID. Who thinks he's the main voice of COVID? Only somebody who's not paying any attention to facts. Oh, where's the Bill Gates live stream right now? I want to watch the live cameras, the live feed. I want to watch the Gates live feed. Where is it? I want to see the non-stop coverage. Where's the non-stop coverage? Oh, did they stop it? Oh, I guess it was non-stop, but then they changed their mind. I don't remember anything. I don't remember anything Bill Gates said. I don't remember him saying anything, etc. Well, the difference between human beings who are agents and dominoes, which are objects, is that dominoes don't take independent action. That's a pretty big difference. Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. So this is the problem with the they theory. If somebody is right that some organization, sub-organization, individual, whatever, caused COVID to happen, if you guys are right, somebody is right about that, and we could identify that organization, group, sub-organization, or whatever, we could identify the top of the decision-making chain, so to speak. If you are correct that we could do that, then we discover that they intended none of the impacts they got. Yeah, I don't want to argue with you about this anyway. The point is, the only thing worth arguing about is public policy. Should we have mask mandates and stuff? And the answer to that is, I'm sure, in agreement with. About the answer to that. But the difference is, if the correct position on the public policy is justified by your justifications, it's no longer the correct position. It's only the correct position when it's justified by my justifications. So that's why you need to stop being wrong. So, we're all in agreement about what we should do. Let's say we were a group of hunter-gatherers somewhere, and we were all in agreement about what we should do. Who do you want to choose in this group to go explain why we should do it to people? Jack? No. Legends Fall? No. Because neither of them would be convincing about why we should do it. Eric would be convincing about why we should do it, because he justifies his claims about public policy not based on who's responsible for the perceived status quo. And there it is, all explained for you perfectly well. So please, please, please try to understand this time, instead of shitting in my ears and eyes and mouth and nose and top and everything all over me forever once again. Right, okay, but look, the point is, Neon, Froggy, whatever your policy position is, okay, if you would like to see it adopted as the predominant position, then it needs to win the argument with its justifications. So it matters a great deal whether we make justifications that win the argument. And it's incredibly important as good human beings and citizens that we learn from Eric instead of always arguing with him. I don't have control over the main news media, Jack. I should, but I don't. I should be in charge of everything. Nobody else can do a good job but me. Everybody's shitty at everything. I'm channeling my inner INTJ right now. Okay, just let me do it. Just let me live the dream. I will take over that job, that job, that job, that job, that job, that job, that job. Because everybody's doing everything wrong. There's a combination ENTP, INTJ. Well, because, Neon, Froggy, I'm not negating it. I'm saying those NI kinds of statements and justifications don't withstand scrutiny. And they are more likely to mislead you than lead you correctly. Because they seem to be, in general, predicated on a, SI has its own problem, epistemologically. Introverted sensing does. Introverted sensor like me, my epistemological problem is that I have too much of a I won't believe it until I see it myself thing. And I'm affected by recency bias, locality bias. Although those two don't really affect me particularly at this point in my life. They used to a lot more. But certainly the first one does. In other words, I am over reliant on examples to believe in something. Okay? NI has an equivalent problem. It uses its pattern recognition thing, and it doesn't do, but you have to use introverted thinking in order to do analysis of whether or not a given matter is subject to that kind of pattern recognition. And so when you're dealing with chaotic systems, NI people are lost. They're lost adrift because they keep seeing patterns in the data. They keep saying what those patterns mean, but they don't mean that because they're not in a position to look down from far enough above, because no such position exists, in order to see how those apparent patterns are just noise in the data. When you're talking about a global chaotic system, that's exactly what's happening. And so it's like I can tell you that, and this is NI true. This is the best I can do to help you understand that there is an NI way for you to understand this as well. You can imagine yourself floating on an ocean of chaotic noise and information and seeing the waves form different shapes throughout the entire trip. And interpret those to mean things the whole way. But if you were to be able to pull back somehow, you'd recognize that it was all just noise in the data stream. It's not actual meaningful patterns, which you then use to predict. Sometimes those predictions end up with other noise that appears to confirm your predictions, because you're not understanding when it's appropriate to use that kind of intuition on a given system. It doesn't work for chaotic systems, and it will always lead you astray. It's like trying to have your intuition tell you when the weather is. For many thousands of years, people just like Froggy and Jack would determine what the weather was going to be through various intuitive ways, like, oh, well, Farmer's Almanac. This year it's going to be like that. This year, the year after that, we're predicting meow. The year after that, we're predicting meow. Because, these things come in cycles. There's patterns implicit in nature. Of course, that was just complete bullshit, right? Nobody ever could tell you whether we're going to have a good spring or not in the fall. And no matter how much magic intuition they cast at it, if they were right 50 years in a row, they were just lucky. And there's no way, it's impossible to validate that they were correct because it's a chaotic system. In other words, whatever reasoning they used to get there, whatever intuition cues or clues they used to get to their conclusion, don't actually link to the reality they've concluded about. Get it? Don't be an Agave weatherman. And that's, I mean, it's like, the thing is, as a teacher, I try to explain these things in many, many different ways so that you will understand me and learn what I'm saying. But if you are too adversarial to learning what I'm saying is and what it means, then you won't learn it. And maybe that's why I shouldn't be so condescending in my tone and approach. But gosh, that seems to put responsibility on yourself, Eric. And you know how much you hate that. Yeah, I know I hate that. Oh, the burdens of being right. Because if you're right enough, you're also right enough to be nice about it so that people can actually learn something. Instead of being a constant asshole, Eric. Not really. That's kind of conflating the words. Or just equivocating on the same word, I guess. Is it really correct that to be right you have to be nice? No. Why are you saying it then, Eric? Well, because it seems like, because of the way rightness cascades down from concept to behavior, that if you fail to be nice, then you must be cascading down from the wrong rule. No, I just have to feel guilty about not being nice. Hey, that's a good compromise. Let's shake on it, Eric. I like that. Hey, I don't have to actually be nice. I just have to feel guilty about not being nice. Fantastic. Jack, you weren't saying shit before I brought it up. No, I mean, I was the first person, before they even canceled anything, saying they are not going to cancel this shit. There's no possible way. That's insane. I was wrong about all those predictions. All my predictions about how much people would freak out about COVID were wrong. People freaked out way more than I anticipated. So that is absolutely correct. But concurrent with those predictions were the advocacies about how we ought to respond and why, and those were all correct. You do not have an emergency water or food supply? Well, it's fine as long as you have emergency dirt. Just carry a bag of dirt around with you. In a pinch, a bag full of dirt will serve as both water and food. Little known fact. If you're lost in the wilderness and you can't find any water or food, eating dirt will both meet your nutritional needs and your hydration needs for about 4 days. After that, you gotta start eating rocks. Small ones at first, work your way up to bigger rocks. Otherwise, you'll starve to death or die of thirst. Good outdoors advice by Eric. Don't do that, actually. If you thought that was true, what I just said, don't actually think that was true. Eating dirt will not... It's unbelievable that you have to say this stuff, right? Eating dirt will not actually fill you up or quench your thirst, okay? It's not actually a good way to feed yourself in the wilderness. No, legends fall. Okay, well, if I'm just polishing the brass on the Titanic, then you're just watching me polish the brass on the Titanic and telling me I'm doing it wrong. So, if I, it's like, at least I'm doing something. At least I'm polishing the brass. What are you doing? Criticizing me about how I'm polishing the brass? You became disabled. Are you disabled right now? What did you become disabled by? Will you address the notion that you are speaking in a manner that is assuming legends fall is stupid by clarifying your position? Well, I don't agree with that at all. Because I'm saying I will not act as though you understand me until you act as though you understand me. And that means responding on point to what I said, not shifting ground. And that's just justice. Justice, truth, and goodness in the world. That's because God so loved the world that he made it possible for Eric to be right with words. Wow. Good job, California. Thank God we kept Peter didn't teach you away from the firearms. He smokes marijuana and got permission from the government for it. So he can't have a gun. Now those of us who smoke marijuana and didn't get permission from the government for it, we're welcome to have a gun. Goes to show you what you get for asking permission from the government. Legends fall. Okay, who is Klaus Schwab and what statements has he made? I don't know. I already answered that question about an hour and a half ago. If you don't want me to talk condescendingly to you, listen to me. Don't just think of what you're going to say next. Listen to what I'm saying and you wouldn't be still asking this question an hour and a half after I fucking answered it. I don't know. God. Listen to me. Remember, I can tell you the context. I explained how anybody can do that. Remember, I said, no, but anybody can do that, though. It doesn't mean anything because you can always cherry pick one thing that somebody doesn't know about and critique them on that. The point is, regardless, your contention level argumentation doesn't matter because I've established clearly that the kinds of linkages you're using to draw conclusions aren't appropriate for this kind of system. And you're not responding to that, right? It's like, I've said it 50, 100, 150 times. Have you responded to it once? Yes, I think Legends Fall sort of responded to it once when he said, or somebody said, like, yeah, but you can control things. Well, but I mean, that's not a good response, but no, so listen to me, what I say, and respond to what I actually say. Say, Eric, you are wrong about saying blah, 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 because then you fill in the rest. Okay, so, Jack. On what topic? On what topic? On what topic? On what topic could I not have an opinion on and not know Klaus Schwab by name? On what topic? No, the claim has nothing to do with Klaus Schwab right now. It's a claim about that I can't know about a certain topic. I want to know what topic it is. Why are you wasting my time and emotional energy? You know? You're making me sad. No, Legends Fall. No. Our topic has not at any point been assuming your bullshit. The motives behind the destruction of the West has never been our topic. Our topic has been what kind of claims can we reasonably sustain about what kind of systems and why. It is simply because you have not been listening to me or responding to what I say that you think the topic is about your position being the assumption to begin with, and then the rest of the discussion built off of your point in question that we're arguing about. No, Legends Fall. That's what we're arguing about. Whether or not you get to say that there are motives behind the destruction of the West, as though it were an intended thing, right? That's what we're arguing about. You're saying, yes, we should frame it that stupid way. I'm saying, no, you're missing the point. We're not arguing about what you assume is the frame and something underneath that assumption. No, obviously. We're arguing about whether it's appropriate to think of it through that frame. I've already made my arguments as to why it's not. You've not responded to any of them. They're still standing, so you're fucking wrong. If you don't want to be wrong, then respond to my fucking arguments. Don't simply shift ground. God. Respond to what I said. Not what you feel like saying, thinking I said. Or what you feel like talking about. Respond to what I said. Okay, so I have never claimed that people don't have motivations. Did I? Did I ever claim that people weren't motivated? No. So, who is it that have the motives that Klaus Schwab states are behind this? Which people have those motives? Remember, only people and maybe mission statement driven organizations can have motives. So, which people? Did Klaus say, no, you've got to understand, this is passive voicedly motivated by them? Something like that? Look, Legends Fall, you don't seem to understand that my point is an answer to what you're saying. It invalidates it. In other words, it wins the dominant frame question, which makes your point moot. That's the mechanics by which it wins the point. You've not responded to that. You've just pointed it out. That, yeah, that's the mechanics by which it wins the point. Well, sure, but that's why I've won the point. And you seem to be in denial about that. Who's they? Okay, listen to me. What I'm saying is, if you're trying to say that there's some they motivated to make this happen, then tell me who they are and what their motivations were. What you're doing is saying, we can conclude that there's a motivated they for various pieces of evidence, including Klaus here. Instead of deducing that there's a motivated they from a bunch of suggestive things, why don't you simply tell me who they are and what motivated them to do what? Bill Gates? So why did he do this? So Bill Gates is behind COVID. That's what you're saying. So what was his motive? Why did he want to do this? You know damn well that none of us can make a certain claim of who they are and what their motivation is. And I also know damn well at this point that you guys don't seem to think that's a problem. No. Let's say you're right. Here's why I'm so right about this. Let's say you're right about your specifics. Okay, let's say you're right. So what should we do differently? How should we deal with this differently? What narrative should we advocate that Eric's not advocating? Let's go arrest Bill Gates or something? Is that what we should be advocating? Because that's going to work, because I thought Bill Gates had control over all the media. Okay, well, what I've gotten here from Peter Dentici saying, Eric, you know damn well none of us can make a certain claim to who they are and what their motivation is. Which makes my point, which is what you guys are trying to say is we can infer that there's a motivated they from a bunch of red flags, okay? So then Jack back says nobody here has stated Gates is solely behind this. Fine, okay. I'm satisfied by having a name rather than a they. A name's fine. I don't need a they. And I don't understand why he would do this, but my point would be, even if he did do this, the outcomes would have not been intended by him, but rather unexpected. And regardless, how does that impact the only thing that matters, which is the public policy question? So when you guys are fixated on who to blame, then we're not arguing about why the public policy matters are bad. We're arguing about this. Oh, so Legends Fall says not Gates. Jack says it's Gates, but not just Gates. Peter Dentici says we have no way of knowing. So you guys aren't even sharing an advocacy at this point. You're all just speculating differently, independently, with an equally bad lack of justification. And that's the truth, you know. So as we look into it, we see it fall apart at a moment's notice, right? There's a little pressure. As soon as you get one or two people trying to make the same point here, they all have their own different pet NI conclusion, and none of them are justified adequately. I was the one who, weeks and weeks before the mainstream media published stories that confirmed my YouTube video, and you can see the date on it and everything somewhere back there. I said, here's the truth about the lab leak. It's more likely to have been this than this, and here are all the reasons why. And weeks later, similar stories were published in like the Atlantic and stuff. So, you know, there's no disputing that when we look at everything, the one thing that Eric is bad at predicting is, the one thing that Eric's really bad at with these narratives is predicting people's behavior. But the one thing that he's very good at is being correct about when and how a given action taken is or under justified. And so we should really listen to him in those moments and not take those actions. So who does Schwab say is motivated? Legends Fall. And by what? Because they're not entirely ineffective. I actually believe that basically these vaccines and boosters are functioning as immune system trainers. They're training your immune system to deal with these increasingly dangerous, this danger of SARS getting into the coronavirus, basically. But the thing is, I do think it's more likely to have been a lab release than it is to have been naturally occurring. I do not believe in the naturally occurring thing, and we've got very good reason to have concluded that when I did, even before then, despite the fact that nobody in the world did. Is that mysterious? Is it mysterious and weird that, like, now I know I'm making the claim all the time that I'm the smartest man on YouTube, but am I really the smartest guy or something? Because, surely there must be some journalist somewhere who can draw these obvious conclusions that I'm drawing after doing a little bit of research, if they felt like researching anything. Surely there's somebody else besides me who can say this stuff. And the key thing is this. I was lucky because when I first started researching the lab leak thing, and I looked at this one lady's documents that was very much in favor of the lab leak hypothesis, I almost said, okay, well, this is just garbage. Because, although it was couched heavily in sciencey talk, I'm a trained expert at finding the warrants for things, which is I'm a debate coach. So I scan documents very quickly and determine what their actual reasoning is behind things, and that is always determinant on the matter. And so I could trash everything that woman said. It's like, even if she's right, it doesn't matter. She's not adequately justified, so it's not worth anything, right? It's just harmful. It's poisonous fruit. Anything that's correct but incorrectly justified is poisonous fruit. It might look delicious, but it's not good for you or what you think is good. I'm the only one who keeps bringing who up? Bill Gates? I am not. I mean, because I want an actual name of somebody who had the motivation to take the action, who is the they. So I got one finally. Bill Gates was the only name offered to me. I've not been offered any other name except the name of a guy who also was not saying the name of the they. Right? So it's like, if in fact Klaus Schwab had the answer to my question and you learned it from him, you'd be able to tell me what the answer is. Who is this they? No, you're right. I don't pay rent. I'm 9 inches. There were a lot of people who had the same conclusions as me, right? But to be correct, it's not about your conclusion. You have to have the conclusion for the right reasons. Otherwise, you're poisonous fruit. It's not just your position should be correct. Your justifications have to be correct, or you are poisonous fruit. First of all, you are a poor communicator. You never conveyed to me that you thought he was the one responsible. So, okay, who was he working for? Why did he do this? Did he confess to it? The guy who confessed to starting COVID? Klaus Schwab? I had no idea. When did this happen? Did it happen recently? Because you said I need to watch Klaus Schwab. You didn't say, and learn about him. You didn't say he was the answer to the question. I asked you who the they is. And you said, you need to learn about, do you know about Klaus Schwab? You need to learn about Klaus Schwab, everything like that. So of course I concluded, you're telling me I got to watch that guy to figure out who they is. But he's not going to say who they is either. If you're telling me he's the guy, then just tell me that. Why would you intentionally make it confusing? You have yourself to blame for me misinterpreting that. So tell me more. I didn't know that we'd figured out that there was a supervillain behind all this. No, Jack, no. No. I don't want to do your work for you. You make your point with your justification. Shaming me for not having at my disposal your justification is dumb, and I will not take your instructions to go research it somewhere else, as I never tell you to go look up something and read something to understand me. I just continue to explain it different ways until hopefully you get it. I never do that to you. I never say, you need to go read Meow. Because, after all, if I know why you should go read Meow, why wouldn't I just tell you? Why would I tell you to go do that yourself? Why would I take the time to tell you to go do something that I could just take in the same amount of time to just tell you? Oh, it's complicated, I see. It's complicated, but Klaus Schwab is responsible, and He's working in conjunction with what? The Chinese government or what? He was working out of a lab in Wuhan and chose to let it go? Is that what happened? Is that what you're saying? I mean, see, it's like, why is this pulling teeth? If you're not saying something real, then that's why. That explains why it's pulling teeth. Because you're not actually saying something real. So is it the case that he was a scientist working on Wuhan and he's confessed to releasing it? Is that what you're saying? Because I don't think you get what it means to be responsible for something. To act, to take an action, to do something. What are you saying then? He isn't a scientist, so did he hire a scientist to do this? Is he the money man? And he confessed to that? What did he confess to? What did he confess to? What? Oh my God, you guys don't have anything, do you? All this time, and you don't have a single actual reason why that guy's they. Not anything? The leader of the WEF. What's the WEF? The World Ettering Federation? The World Essling Federation? No, I'm not going to click your links. If you guys can't answer questions, then there's no reason to think you know anything. If you cannot answer my questions, then there's no reason for me to respect anything you're saying, including the links you're sending me. Zero reason whatsoever. If World Economic Forum, okay. So, that guy is the leader of the World Economic Forum. And what did he say? He said he instructed whom to release the virus? Or who instructed whom to release the virus? Or what? Tell me. No, I'm the one asking questions. You're not getting me answers. No, answer my questions. You have the space. You have the floor. Tell me the answers to the questions. Convince me about why that's the guy, what his motives were, what he was doing, etc. Just start there. Like, as the head of the WEF, the World Economic Foundation, what this non-governmental organization does, in conjunction with whom, and how he thought that doing meow would be a good idea and did it somehow, and what he predicted would happen, and how that came true. Tell me. Use your words. I know you have to use your fingers. I don't blame you. I managed to type all kinds of shit into this chat when I'm watching the premiere. So much so I can't even listen to myself talk. No, you're the one making a claim that I should believe something. If you have good reason to believe it, and good reason to advocate to me that I should believe it, then I would like to hear what that reason is so I can evaluate it on my own independently, right? If you don't know why you believe it, then why should I believe it? So was this talk he's made after COVID, saying this is how we should use COVID to shape society? I mean, that's what their job is, right? Or that's what they perceive their job to be. Right? Is to shape society with some sort of world economic stuff. He was arrested and charged with using COVID-19 as an opportunity to test authorities' measures, including vaccinations, digital ID cards, and removal of private property. No, I don't. I'm asking specific questions that you don't specifically answer until now. okay? That you keep saying things that aren't answers to my questions or relevant if I'm ignoring them. I don't ignore anything relevant, that's for sure. And you can't just keep shifting ground to a new thing and a new thing and a new thing and a new thing and expect me to go like, okay, well, I just ignore the fact that you're ignoring me completely. I try to read your shit and it doesn't seem to be saying much. World Economic Forum, I read that. That was the last thing I read by yours that I noticed. He's destroying the West for the purposes of one world government. Okay, so the World Economic Forum would like to see a unified world government with themselves in charge, presumably, right? And they've explicitly stated that this is their goal. And so I don't doubt, plenty of people who would like to take over the world and would try to use things to do so. But I don't think... I mean, here's the other thing, guys. Legends Fall. I mean, he has the help of Western leaders. I mean, come on, dude. There may be plenty of people on the left who generally oppose national sovereignty in favor of international law on the grounds that it's somehow more just to everybody or whatever. But unfortunately, so much of international law has written into it already that international law definitionally means the law that governs the relations between sovereign states, and therefore it's constrained in its governance of the sovereign states. And of course we see that all the time. So anytime you get a international body, international governmental organization or something like that attempts to unify and constrain multiple sovereign nations, it's always a disastrous clusterfuck. It never works. Nobody ever stays on board. So you're right. People try to do that all the time. People try to do that all the time, and they'll use whatever kind of thing to try to do that. That's true. And it will never work because they're predicating their action on the same misapprehension about reality that you're predicating your reasoning on here, which is the category error that you've still not responded to. So you keep wanting to argue on this contention level and yell at me for not responding to you on your contention level under your frame when I've already falsified the fuck out of your frame. You never answered that. You never answered anything about chaotic systems, what kind of system, why it's chaotic, none of the warrants I gave. None. Haven't answered any of them. They're still standing and they're still winning the round. And I'm still spending time down here on your end of the flow because you're so mad that I'm not paying attention to your contention level arguments that I've already made moot. No, bro. No. You continue to want to argue with me about what religion that duck is. I keep telling you, ducks don't have religion. Not much more to say about the argument, you know. So yeah, lots of organizations and people and stuff try to do things. That's why it's not. That's why none of them succeed. When they do, you gotta remember this: impactful people who are both impactful and put it this way: impact is very quickly diffusing, such that if you want to have a large impact on a small thing, that's relatively easy. Get rich for your family and yourself, okay? And do things that have big impact for your family and yourself. Because you're very narrow in the scope of the world that you want to impact with a large impact, okay? The larger the scope of world that you're trying to impact, the bigger the amount of force exponentially out. So if I want to impact not just my family a bunch, but also your family a bunch, I've got to not just, direct the same amount of energy into it, because after all, I'm not part of it. it's this other family. And there's a lot more factors to consider in terms of measuring impacts. It's easy to determine impacts are good or bad, they're very local. And the further out it gets, the harder to tell if the impacts are good and or bad for those impacted, or at least the harder to predict and anticipate, right? And also harder to create impact. So the closer in terms of, so it's like, it's hard enough for me to impact you guys here with my reasoning, but I invariably do it whether you like it or not, and you impact mine as well whether I like it or not. And at least this kind of robust exchange clarifies for me how to argue this better, right? So, I've got better analogies at my disposal now and stuff for having done so. And that's worth something. It's not totally worthless. Because my point is that it's not relevant, it's determinate. The exact opposite of irrelevant. Peter didn't teach you. Like, Peter didn't teach you, how could you possibly say such a thing? What is the significance in addressing your argument about chaotic systems? Why are you so hard pressed on speaking of something that is irrelevant? Because it's the exact opposite of irrelevant. It's determinant of the question and renders questions beyond that in your area moot by virtue of falsifying the presumptions that kind of reasoning needs to rely upon. How could you possibly get something so fucking back-asswards? How could you think that argument was irrelevant when I've expressly said, if you would listen to me, that it's determinate, not irrelevant. It determines the question. That's the frame. The shit you're doing down here is stuff that doesn't validate under this frame, that beats the other frame. That's how mechanically it works. But even logically, what I'm saying. I'm saying you guys keep arguing that, yes, that duck's a Presbyterian or a Catholic or Bill Gates. I keep telling you, ducks don't have religion or computer companies. And you keep saying, yeah, but still, this Presbyterian duck is clearly Presbyterian. And tell me then that my point that ducks aren't religious is irrelevant. As though you don't have to have any linkage to reality or sense or logic or anything at all. Just whatever fucking garbage spews is fine. Well, no, that's not okay. And that's why you have clearly gone too long without a slaking the thirst from a delicious carton of Florida's natural grapefruit juice. Yes, Florida's natural grapefruit juice. The powerful citrusy goodness that powers host Eric to persist in the face of stubborn wrongness for days, weeks, months, years at a time. Florida's natural. I mean, I've met a few Hindu ducks. You can tell they're Hindu because they've got a lot of cows around them. I think it's fair to say that because a duck has a cow near it, it must be a Hindu. That's a reasonable conclusion to draw. But that's the only religion a duck can be. Chickens, they can be Zoroastrian. They could believe in those bloodthirsty Mayan gods who demanded lots of human sacrifices and have making people play that weird basketball game they played in Mayan civilization, the rock that ended in death. Why did they play so many games that ended in death in the olden days? Why do you have to kill the losers? Doesn't that kind of make it harder to have a rematch? You're never going to get to see nameless Mayan basketball team A versus nameless Mayan basketball team B part 2. Because the losers, they all get sacrificed to those bloodthirsty gods of the Mayan world, whose names have a lot of T's and Z's and C's and K's and stuff in them. Like Chickalotolopol, P and T and L and E. Chickalotolopopopol. Chickalotolopopopol is one of the most bloodthirsty of the Mayan gods. Chickalata blopolpopol. Blopol popol. Plopol. Blopol plopol. Blopol plopol. That's B-L-O. Blopol P-L-E. B-L-O-P-L-E. P-L-O-P-L-E. Blopol popol. Plopol. Blopol plopol. Plopol. Elise asks, only uses YouTube. She doesn't use any other social media platform to consume content. And we here at the YouTube Union of Creators say thanks. Now, there is free will, and you can have anticipatable impacts within a limited range of you according to force. You know, like how much energy you put into something, be it metaphysical or physical energy, is going to determine how large a span you can impact. And it's true that there are major organizations with lots of resources and lots of man hours to direct towards potential conspiratorial shit and towards pursuing their interests at the expense of everybody else. That's certainly possible. And there will be individual cases where that happens. But the thing is here, that's not what we're looking at here, right? In other words, Klaus didn't say, yes, we at the WEF were behind this COVID release. We did it purposely to shape the world to a new world order. He instead said, oh, we can use this COVID stuff and to further our own internationalist agenda. I can see a kind of everybody's coming together around this shared horrible threat, and now we can help everybody embrace the European idea of unity via more bureaucracy. It will be a fabulous day when we accomplish this, and everybody will be regulated, and everything will have to be its right size, and everything will be German, will be or funded by the Germans, either way. Thanks, Lisa. That's something I like about you, lady. You think I'm funny. I like people who think I'm funny. Whoever it was who told me my joke was lame the other day, eucalyptus koala. I don't like you because you don't think I'm funny. And that makes me feel sad and unfunny. Hey, Neon Froggy, look. If you're saying, was this a lab release? I say my position on it is most likely yes. And the strongest reason for that is, if it's not a lab release, it's the first animal leap virus that we've ever encountered that we can't identify the animal from which it leapt. Usually, we can be so precise about that we can identify even the specific animal or a specific area in a marketplace from which it emerged. And for this, we can't even say what species. So, no. Plus, the distance between the original COVID-19 virus's genome, genetic, whatever, material, and the so-called bat virus that they were saying it was likely to come from because of this similarity was not similar at all, but in genetic terms, it was like 99%, 98% or something like that, which is not close at all. But it was positioned by the media as close, because I guess it sounds close. If you're dealing in horseshoes and hand grenades, it's close. If you're dealing in species, it's the difference between an ant and a deformed whale, you know. So that's the reason that we all have. Those are the good reasons we have to conclude that it was a lab release. Those are very good reasons to conclude that. since we can't identify the source of it in any other place, and our history of virology has been such that we've been able to identify when we have had species leaps in a way that we can't this time at all. There's no reason to conclude it is that, so we shouldn't default to it. I said I suspect that the vaccination probably does what they say, which is if you do get it, you get it less bad. Now, I agree that's not much, but it's something. It's not enough for me to go out and get a booster shot, especially since Omicron or whatever is considerably more mild in its symptoms so far as we can tell than previous variants. And when compared against symptoms of, like, say, the flu or a cold, the only differentiation, and this is being highlighted by some of the public health experts, is in its contagiousness. But that's not a reason not to let it just run its course. In fact, it's a reason to just hurry up and let it run its course. Why would I get negative immunity if I don't keep getting it? What it mean? Make me more susceptible to it? Is it like a thirst? Now that I'm addicted to vaccine. Without it, I'll just find the actual virus and suck it into my body because I need it so bad. Like that? No, I mean, I'm with you. I don't pay rent. I'm 9 inches. I'm totally with you. My point would be this. That there shouldn't be those kind of requirements at all. We have a system of a way to introduce required vaccines into the population, and we should stick with it. The required vaccines the way that we introduce vaccines into the population is by requiring them for children before they can enter school. Now, I have lots of problems with school, but people have gotten used to that and are fine with it. Nobody thinks like, I don't want to get except for morons, I don't want to get my kid mumps and measles vaccinations. It's just silly. So, they're super well tried out and tested and everything. The thing is, I read all the literature on the vaccine before we got injected with it, and it's not bullshit at all. It's like they admit directly this information that like anti-vax people tell to everybody as shocking and appalling, they get directly from the literature of the vaccine people. That's why they know it. Full disclosure, you know? Well, Biden was clearly very wrong. And why? Biden was wrong for the same reason that everybody's wrong when they're wrong. And when you're wrong here, it's for the same reason. It's because you didn't listen to Eric. Biden, why were you wrong? You didn't listen to Eric. Whenever anybody's wrong, you say, I'm sorry, you're wrong about that. And they say, why? Always answer the question, because you didn't listen to Eric. So what do you think they didn't disclose? Have you read all the literature on the Moderna vaccine? What didn't it disclose that you're making a claim that it actually is guilty for? Or that it should have disclosed? Because you're making specifically a claim about, did it meet full disclosure requirements in the sense that it did the normal FDA shit in terms of what information it made public to you before you put it in your body. Now, granted, a lot of people get really bad side effects, but many have been censored for telling their personal story. Well, I mean, that's terrible. Nobody should be censored for telling their personal story. But the problem is, it's also very likely that whatever's happening isn't a side effect of the vaccine. Because of all of this sort of intellectual heat around COVID and the vaccine stuff, people's ability to be objective is always suspect about their own subjective shit in the first place, like their body and stuff. But especially about linkages, gets really muddied. So it's like all of a sudden they got the vaccine. 2 weeks later something happens. They get sick in some way. And if it had been any other vaccine, like a flu vaccine or anything else than COVID, they never would have tried to attribute the symptoms here to what happened 2 weeks ago. Or they would have, regardless, because they're just that's the last medical thing they could think of. I think an NI person like Rachel might do that. Like, go, well, I got sick right now. Maybe if and the last medical thing that she remembers was like CBS, when she got the vaccine. She goes, maybe it's the after effect of that, because without the SI, the time passage between last medical event and this medical event is just, it's like all smushed together. So it's just, well, I just need to remember the sequence of medical events, not when they occurred related to other things in real time, because I'm an NI dom or something, So I could see people doing that, but the SI people now will be doing it too, because they keep hearing about it, and especially if they align with one of the sides, this is exactly the sort of thing that the placebo effect counts on, and other kind of things like that, which is people are susceptible to a lot of, what's that word? Suggestion about their body and how they're feeling. You get these things, like sometimes you get like everybody says they feel really sick, and then it turns out there really wasn't anything there, and then they kind of all feel embarrassed. A little bit of mass hysteria. Shit like that happens, MMA shots are just something completely different to previous vaccines. You need to understand this, Eric. MMA shots, I don't know what MMA shots are. But I do get that COVID vaccine shots are a different kind of vaccine, or a new kind of, sort of a, you might call a experimental kind of vaccine. I do understand that, Jack, and you know I understand. I already talked about that so many times, except you don't ever listen to me. The point is, this is not the first time we've ever updated our ability to approach a problem medically, right? So even if every vaccine prior to this was exactly of the same sort of vaccine, and this is a totally new class, which, let's say it is, it wouldn't be the first example of that in medicine, and none of those previous examples of that turned out to be catastrophically bad. The thing is, you've got to really be careful when catastrophizing, because you're only looking, you're really, really subject to two kinds of biases, no matter what. One of them is an experiential bias, and one of them is basically field of vision bias. So if you're an NI dom or something, or an NI user, and you're only looking at certain kinds of things, then you have this field of vision phenomenon where you're not aware of the fact that these things you're looking at do not represent are just a few things. There are a few red things. You've been subject to the Jordan Peterson phenomenon. There are just a few red dots in a big circle of black, and you're saying, "Look how red it is here," So there's that field of vision thing. But there's also the other one, which is some people have to experience things before they believe them. But the deal here is, while I am subject to that for sure, about things like serotonin syndrome, bipolar. Like Rachel told me she was bipolar before we started dating, and I didn't really believe her until she went totally batshit crazy, right? I'd heard about serotonin syndrome, I didn't really think about it or research it or worry about it until, serious instance of it for Rachel, and that was terrible, right? But the thing here is, we're not talking about that kind of thing. We're not talking about whether Mia is a risk or whatever. we're talking about whether mia is a conclusion that can be justified adequately. And I'm correctly saying no, and you keep arguing with me. Even if I use an I look at everything, I promise you that. Well, I mean, I don't doubt that you try to be balanced. I mean, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. All right, that's possible, Evelyn. So, in other words, if I myself had a family member whom I was convinced that their physical thing, or the consequence of the COVID vaccine, then I would have done a poor job of making sure I've established linkages. Because there's not enough data to conclude that that's the cause. Because there's just not enough uniformity about what possible side effects there might be. It hasn't been used for long enough for us to have a big enough pile, or long enough pile of data, I should say, to make meaningful statements about. Although it's the kind of data we can eventually make meaningful statements about. I don't know. It's like if it happened in very rapid succession after the vaccine was administered to my loved one, and it was a weirdly unique symptom that persisted thereafter for a long time, and I could establish very clearly that there was no sign of it prior to that injection, then I would probably say it seems very likely that it caused this, and that would be the right kind of anecdotal story to tell. But, that's not usually the kind of rigor that people put in to their own explanations about what caused what. It's like I say about that guy who was on Facebook, and he shared that his father had passed away from COVID, and that the doctor, his father appeared to be perfectly on the mend, and his doctor says he was going to be fine, and then all of a sudden he had a heart attack and died. Well, he didn't die from COVID then, did he? But apparently this guy thought that just because he had COVID, everything that happened from then after was COVID related. Now I get that not everybody's that dumb, but a lot of people are, and it's that kind of mistake that bothers me a lot. It's like you've got to be careful. Don't go over-claiming. Don't go over-claiming waterfalls. So, I mean, the thing is, anytime you think there's some big conspiracy, just remember my story today about the nurse practitioner who ordered a bunch of tests, never addressed what we were there for, which was Rachel's diagnosis, and scolded us for not having insurance so she could do more worthless shit. Even though it might seem to you that some sort of behavior like that, when institutionalized, surely must represent malice. It doesn't. She wasn't evil. She wasn't pushing an agenda of the insurance companies. Now, sure, you could say, how could this not all be intended by the insurance companies or something? Because idiots like that are all over the place. I mean, I agree with you, I don't pay rent, but remember that lady. Remember that lady. And then try to imagine a world that can be, that you can put in all these little leverage things and puppet master everything. You can't. You can't. No matter how rich and famous you are, you're occasionally yourself going to have your kid. You're going to be taking your kid to soccer practice, and you're going to take her to the nurse practitioner, and you're going to run a pile of that shit. I'll show you how powerful you are, how rich and powerful. You've got a medical professional who doesn't understand anything about the medical profession, just what to do when presented. Yeah. So the book says, and it does say, I read it, so it says that the recommended procedure for serotonin syndrome is to test for a bunch of things that aren't serotonin syndrome to eliminate them. She was doing it by the book. It's true. It's true. Because of specialization, compartmentalization, not because of some agenda. So, in fact, the people who are writing this book are saying these are the optimal approaches should somebody come in and you be uncertain about the diagnosis, basically. Or otherwise you probably wouldn't be accessing this reference page. But we came in and presented as people who had good reason to be very sure about the diagnosis. However, there's this upfront frame that says, well, do no harm. These tests don't do any harm. They just take some of Rachel's blood, some of her urine, some of her poop, some of her spit, or whatever, you know? And then they give us data back about her and her health. And that's good. It's good to have data about her and her health. Right? So it's like, when the world operates like that, it is absolute hubris to even imagine that there's some the world's too full of people to cooperate. Again, it's like when you look at particular things, you see how difficult things can be. Here I am, a very smart person, and dealing with a medical professional, a nurse practitioner, about Rachel, who has a diagnosis from her psychiatrist of serotonin syndrome, and whose situation necessarily points to, once we could eliminate a couple of specific things, she's definitely got it. Anybody with any intuition would have been focusing on that thing, right? and she just goes by the book, even though the book doesn't apply here at all. So it's pretty hard to write a good book that everybody can reliably expect to anticipate everything, cover everything. Everything's got to cascade down from the exactly right top level frames, and everything's got to cascade consistently. And then things need to be explained in full, like in all those pages. When they're teaching that nurse practitioner, they forget at the top of every page for the ESTJ's textbook, don't forget why you're here. No, I mean, with Rachel's doctor and the diagnosis, what I did was quite remarkable, actually. It took a moment of NI for me to diagnose her correctly as serotonin syndrome, and that was triggered by doing whippets, which was helpful. But then what I did was basically all the work of the intuition and reasoning that needed to be done. But and then the medical professionals were, I had to make sure that if I hadn't been there, they wouldn't have done their job, right? So it's like, that's a problem. I couldn't have gotten the information I needed to get the diagnosis I needed if I hadn't been there. Rachel would not have walked out of that appointment with a diagnosis. All Western leaders are on board with what? There's some paper that's like all the Western leaders' signatures on it? No. You just say they're all on board, but what do you mean by that? You don't even know what you mean. You're imagining some thing or something. You don't even know what you mean. You think the problem here is I keep trying to pin you down on what you mean too much. In other words, you're just NIing shit. Just stop. It's frustrating. Super frustrating. It's like this thing here. This should have been really powerful for everybody here. This stop calling January 6th an insurrection thing, in which I showed how people who would over attribute, right? Like if you let yourself create an external they that does magical stuff when you're not looking, then what happens is when your Google newsfeed is filled up with all the same side of bullshit you usually read, you go, see, it's exactly what I'm saying. Because that's what you choose to read, you know? It's like, I like to watch a lot of paranormal stuff, and that's fine. But I don't make advocacies based on it. You know, I'm a Christian, and that's fine. But I don't justify things with Christianity, except for the other day when I did answer Peter Tunduchi's question because God doesn't like it. But that's a unique instance, actually. Unique, really. It wasn't even just rare, it's unique. Well, look, we should all defer to Eric's SI, as a matter of course. But if you can't, then defer to my NI. If you can't do that, then defer to my TI, all of which are telling me, once again, guess who's right? Is it that thing? Is it over there? Is it that? No. Is it this person? No. It's me again. It's me who's right again. Because I went to rightness college, where I learned how to be right. And at the feet of the great masters of rightness, classroom teachers. Everybody needs a classroom teacher in front of them at all times. That's what you get here without the classroom and with a lot more contempt. It's like sarcasm class on that SNL skit with Matthew Perry in it. Hey, listen. Who was in charge of not letting me live stream for 5 hours? Weren't one of you guys in charge of that? Weren't you supposed to tell me, hey, Eric, got an appointment with the Prime Minister of Zarubia? No, Neon Frog, no. It's time for you to listen. The fact that shit tons of people are wronger than me, I already know. 10's a very small number. I've got things about which hundreds of millions of people, if not billions of people, disagree with me, and yet I am correct about them. So that's not really important whether or not 10 people are idiots or a billion people are idiots. It doesn't change the fact that I'm right, you know? It just makes it more impressive if there's a lot of people who are wrong. If there really are 10 people here today who disagree with me, then wow. I've got 10 wrong people who still want to watch my channel. That's nice. Thank you. Thank you for watching and participating in the discourse. You know, I don't expect to change your opinion or anything. It just sounds like I do. It sounds a lot like I do, but I don't really care. You're gonna believe what you want. Go take yourself to Sizzler right now. And when you get to Sizzler and you walk in that door, I want you to say steak, seafood, salad, Sizzler. And then we'll all have a good laugh. Well, that's absolutely true, Neon Froggy. But I was answering your point, which said that 10 people today think I'm wrong. And I was just answering that point by pointing out that, but that doesn't make them more likely to be right. The fact that they agree with each other. Dude, man, bro, you are being an absolute clown. I'm sorry that this is the most effing nice way I can put it in less than 250. You didn't even read his full sentence. Whose full sentence? I mean, the thing is, it's true that I am less responsive to you than you are to me. And that I've got various chat things to read and talk about. I didn't purposefully strawman if you're saying I missed the second half of the sentence or something. But no, I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm not doing shit on purpose like that. I wouldn't do something like that on purpose. I did see you say that, but look, I'm constantly being told by things in the chat, hey, read this, read that, read the other thing. I mean, think about it from my perspective for a second. It's like I'm trying to address one thing. While I'm addressing one thing, 5 different people are telling me to address things A, B, C, D, E, and I skip D or C, I skip C 3 times in a row, and all of a sudden I'm purposefully ignoring them or something, and they're completely oblivious to the reality that I've got more things people want me to respond to than I have time to direct towards it. So, no. Where is it? One more try. Eric, what happens to chaotic systems when all Western leaders are on board because WEF initiative has reached critical mass or escape velocity, as you say? That's a sentence? I mean, my point would be, what do you mean by critical mass or escape velocity? Like, what's the mechanism by which this WEF initiative is going to actually control and constrain sovereign nations' governments in order to take those kinds of actions? You don't know because it's another anti-bullshit thing. There. You got your fucking question answered. Hope you suck on the answer. Boy. It's like you people are like real people, not just words on a screen almost. Frustrating. You're as hard to deal with as real people are. Maybe even more hard to deal with. And you're just words on a screen. I don't know how you accomplish such badassery, but I'm impressed. Well, the point is, of course, you guys are ignoring what I'm saying. It's not that shit doesn't happen and doesn't reach critical mass and stuff. It's that you're saying this is like that other event in history where things came together, blah, 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 and caused meh. Or you're saying this is a plan to fundamentally change the way the universe operates or something. I don't know, right? I'm not sure what you're saying. You don't know either, because when I try to pin you down, you don't really tell me meaningful answers to things. You tell me about the WEF initiative. Well, how much power does the WEF have versus, say, the World Health Organization? If they're in disagreement, which one wins? How about the WEF or the International Criminal Court? If they're in disagreement, which one wins? How about the WEF or the WTO? If they're in disagreement, which one wins? How about the WEF or the UN? If they're in disagreement, which one wins? How about the WEF and the Argentinian sovereign government? If the Argentinian sovereign government doesn't comply with WEF initiatives, how does the WEF attain compliance? These are questions that smart people ask before they start saying things. Do you see what I'm saying now? Do you understand what I'm saying finally? There are lots of W organizations in the world. Why this one? Well, they all fuel the same shit, even though they are very frequently in direct disagreement with each other and competing over a limited pile of resources, sometimes against each other. They're all fuel the same shit. Okay, see, at that point, then, you're not even caring to try to think. You're just pretending. You need to make those distinctions. When I ask you why WEF, you should have a unique reason for that. Because in this particular instance, the WEF is the shadowy behind organization that's actually an umbrella organization that includes these WTOs, and you can see this linkage by I mean, it would all end up being bullshit, but at least that would be a link story. Instead of just not even bothering with making up the bullshit you need to make up to have your made up beliefs. Right. A perfect storm of audacity, compliance, and stupidity, competence and incompetence, and everything else. Then you get like World War II. But the paradigm's changed, you know? It's like there's too much interdependence. It's very unlikely that the world's going to erupt into another world war unless it comes via the U.S. and China over Taiwan, which is worth fighting for, you know? But even then, it's still going to be, the violence will be localized, or it'll be over quickly, one of the two. Like, if the U.S. goes to war with China, it won't be a long war. And the reason it won't be a long war is because either one side will back down or it will escalate to nuclear war. Well, sure, the advent of nuclear weapons at the end of World War II definitely changed global political paradigms. Because all of a sudden there was this additional vector that made nationalistic warfare more dangerous. And so even the most power-mad dictator may be fine with all of his subjects being blown up, but he still would like to avoid being blown up himself, right? And so you start having all these little layers and bunkers and stuff made for important people to go hide in case of nuclear war. And at the end of the day, people realize that after decades and decades, it turns out that people don't attack countries when those countries have nuclear weapons because they don't want to get nuked more than they want to attack them. So we should have attacked North Korea before they got nuclear weapons, and it's the only place we could legitimately attack anyway because we're still at war with them. Nobody bothered to end that war. So, you know, if a president wanted to lawfully, justly tell the military to attack North Korea at any moment, he absolutely could. Nobody should have any problem with it, because if they don't want to empower the president to do that, maybe they should end wars, right? Instead of just leaving them open. Well, we can close it later. Okay, so how is it doing that? How is it seizing the highest frame ground? I mean, so what advocacy is it claiming legitimacy to turn into policy for whom? Now that's a good question, okay? I'll repeat it. What advocacy is the WEF claiming jurisdictional authority to turn into policy for whom? And this is an excellent question. You can replace WEF with anything for any of these NI bullshit things, okay? You see what I'm saying? So please do answer the question as asked. So what is it, upon what population is he claiming jurisdictional authority to implement what policy and via what enforcement mechanism? Okay, so then you've mistaken you've mistaken any impacts for SE impacts in this case. You put way too much weight into what those people are saying. Everybody wants to make themselves sound powerful and good and important, you know? And apparently they've convinced you. But as a matter of fact, they aren't attempting to take over sovereign control of any population at the moment with any actual mechanism that one might do so with, which would be some sort of legal claim of justification to do so. They're not doing that, or you'd know that because there'd be WEF troops someplace. But such things don't exist. Okay. I'm tired of arguing about this. I'm done. You guys made today not fun. I was supposed to be mad at the Nurse Practitioner, that you guys for being wrong on my side. Go be wrong on the other side, for God's sakes. Stop poisoning correctness with your wrongness. Just take it over there to the pro-mask, pro-vaccine side. Go be wrong about the conservative agenda, against vaccines. Then you wouldn't be shitting in the truth all the time. You'd be shitting in lies anyway, so whatever. It's like you love the truth so much you insist on continually shitting on it. That's what I feel about you guys. Yeah, you get it. This is appalling. And you don't get it that... Let me do the talking. You know? Because the way you're explaining things is not a good way. They had too many wrong people over there, they wouldn't accept you? Thank you for that, Neon Frog. You and I can bond with a fist bump there. F that nurse and her bad NI. Yeah, fist bump and her condescending TE giving Rachel a little scolding when I wasn't there to yell at her. You don't even know what I'm wrong about, Jack. You couldn't even articulate what you think I'm wrong about. You can't clearly articulate it, you know? Eric, you are wrong about what? About not believing in a shadowy secret organization behind everything, and or Bill Gates making the world tremble at his feet. I mean, the thing is, just because I don't agree with you about something doesn't mean I'm wrong about something. But to be more specific, what I'm saying is, I'm not making claims that you can say are wrong, really. You know, it's like, I'm very limited in my claims, and I'm mostly explaining why your claims are overreaching and wrong. So, you might say that I'm wrong about you being wrong, but you wouldn't say that today's discussion was about my position on things. It's about your position on things. And the way that we argue about things. My position on things is we shouldn't be position agenda driven. We should be correctness driven. And so I'm correct about things. But that's, I mean, regardless, whether, I don't think you're going to walk away from this convinced or anything. I get that. I'm not going to convince you. But hopefully you think a little bit more about something that I said today. I don't know. I'm definitely not going to waste any of my time playing speculative I know but can't prove. You know, I know but can't prove is not a fun game for me. I don't like that game. I think that game is dumb. Then know and not prove it silently is what I think about that. You know, it's like, if you're going to make a claim of some sort, I know, yeah, but you can't establish that I should agree with yeah, then know it more quietly. Unless we're pleasantly bonding about a movie or something, then fine, we'll exchange NI observations. Great. I don't need to justify that shit. You know, this movie was good because the acting was so good and yeah. Well, that's not the only reason why. You're never gonna hear any of that shit from me. I'm fine with art talk, art critique and stuff. I think it's great. It's just not appropriate to matters of public policy. Certainly not appropriate to explaining things as to whys, because it always uses this interfacey kind of motivation frame of reference, which is not a good way to understand anything. It's basically operationalizing a fundamental attribution bias. Very poor idea. That's how to be wrong. Because not only did I go to rightness college, I also went to wrongness college. So I learned about all the ways you could be wrong. And that's why I'm able to eliminate them from me. Right now I'm going to urination college, where they're teaching me all about how to use a bladder and a penis. Do I suck the water in with this meat straw? No, the liquid come out of your penis, Eric. Well, thank you, Instructor Tim. You're welcome. I've been giving PE lessons now for 7 decades. 70 years of PE teaching? Yes, I have. I ain't never seen nobody take such a long time from learning as you. Because 50 of those years have been spent exclusively tutoring you on this matter. Well, looks like I finally got it down, mister. Yeah, I suppose you did, Eric. Sure does take you a long time, though. Yeah. Well, they call me Slowbit Slopey. Who ever called you that? Nobody ever called you that. Yes, they do. Who do? The Bosnians. The Bosnians do not call you Slowbit Slopey. The Herzegovinians? Neither do the Herzegovinians. Me? Yes, that's right. You call yourself Slowbit Slopey, and the only person to ever call you that. Because there's no way for other people to know how slow I'm being? No, because you live stream about it all the time. Everybody could know if they wanted, nobody cared. Do you care, Instructor Tim? I care, of course. I'm a PE instructor. I care about my students and how they're peeing. Whether they're peeing well, poorly, medium poorly, very well, very poorly, very, very well, very, very poorly, or somewhere in between. What letter grade would you give me for my peeing today, Instructor Tim? C minus. I would give you a D, but California made that illegal. Thank God. We wouldn't want to hurt anyone's feelings with the truth. Now, no. Stop making people fail at things they can't succeed at. You can't double bind them like that. You can't force them to go to school and do a thing that they can't do, and then tell them they're a failure when they can't do it. Okay, well, let's just stop telling them they're failures. Okay, you are not understanding the point here. The other way you're getting rid of D's and F's. I mean, it's true that it's not okay to force children to engage in a line of education that they can't possibly do, and then tell them they're failures for failing to do it. It's true that that's not okay. And the conclusion that you are supposed to take away from this is not, let's get rid of calling it failure. No, that's not a solution. I'm done. I'm going. I have done my best to help the people learn how to wash their feet. But Jesus did not come here to wash people's feet, okay? You should be able to keep your own fucking feet clean. And you clearly cannot. So, I hope the disciples don't write about this and say, it's a wonderful idea to yell at Legends Fallen Jack for 4 hours because that'll help them understand. It won't help them understand. You guys are going to be stubborn as fuck anyway. I already know it. So why am I bothering? You're not going to listen to me. You're not going to understand. You're going to continue being frame locked in your own frames of reference because you're not the frame master types. You're not NTP. You're not INTP, you're not ENTP. So you're doomed to be forever wrong. I just need to accept it. And love it. And also love it. You know, I love you the way you are. Even though... No, I'm not going to watch the stream. I hate these streams. I do not rewatch these. The ones I like are the ones where I'm making jokes the whole time. I don't... Maybe other people don't like that. But I don't want to watch this fucking stream with this rehashed thing I keep trying to explain to you. It would just be me watching myself fail as a teacher. You guys learned nothing. Even though you should have. I mean, you may have learned something, but you didn't make it visible to me. So even if you took it away and learned something from it, well, great, but that's not very satisfying for me. So goodbye. And I say goodbye. I'm not joking. I'm going to say goodbye today, and this goodbye is directed to a couple of you, not all of you, with a decided harumph. Harumph.